as we all know.
Hurrell can't find the link to access the conference.
Good luck then with your presentation, Jen.
I'll have to jump in.
I
can jump in and be the veterinarian, and I would just say, yeah,
Okay.
no, the best person to be the director is, of course, a vet tech.
Hello, folks who are just coming in, all 36 of you in less than a minute of having our doors open for this Saturday edition of the 2020 virtual conference. We couldn't be more thrilled that you're with us. I'm Todd Von Dijk, AVTE's Executive Director. And, you know, if you're an old hat at this, meaning you joined us last month, you know that we're in webinar mode, which means you should see a slide, which means you should see the presenters, but we can't see you, which doesn't mean we don't know you're here, all 44 of you now. And it doesn't mean that we're not grateful or can feel your presence. We're just appreciative of you giving up a little bit of your time spending with us. And hopefully in the process, we'll all, including our presenters, walk out a little more knowledgeable and a little more with tools to take. Sarah, good morning to you as well. Thanks for saying hi. We'll get started in a few minutes. Hey, Beth Anne, glad you're here. Although that could be the Beth Anne I already know is here, so that works too. That's what happens when you read chat in real time. You don't exactly necessarily pause and say, okay, I get it. We'll get started in just a couple minutes. Good morning, Michelle. Glad you're here. And we'll get going. I think that's the big pieces. If you have a technical issue and you need some help, morning, Gordon. The chat bar is the best place for you to let us know, and the production team will get back to you and try to make sure your day-long experience is great. Carol, glad you're with us. When we get going on the questions, we'll be grateful if you keep them in the QA box, because that's going to help keep everything kind of running in the right train tracks. Hi, Deneen. Glad you're here. We know it's early. It's early for us too, but we couldn't think of a better reason to get up than the work that this community does. We keep growing. This is beautiful. You love it when the numbers go up, although it went down for a second and back up. For folks who are, good morning, Laurie. Good morning. Glad we have Michigan represented. Deneen was getting some cameras online. For the folks who were on last time or who are just joining us, the tape for our first session is available. We pushed it out to everyone. If you don't have access to it or you're trying to find it, just do us a favor another day and email us at help, or email us now at help@avte.net, and we will get it to you pretty quickly after this or during this when we have a pause during a speaker and I'm not talking or Jess isn't pushing 62 buttons to keep this thing moving. Nancy, glad you joined us. Thanks for coming. I love this. It's one of my favorite things, Jen and Paula and Trisha, you know, when we get these things going and the roll call of everybody saying hi. You know, I told someone the other day that my determination is we're going to have an event and we're going to see if we can do a 50 state plus Canada roll call and get 51 folks and hit them all and see if we can pull it off. I may need to bribe the Hawaii contingent to do that, but we can certainly.
We'll have to do that after lunch for the Hawaii folks.
Yeah, I think you're right, Trish. So Kim, glad you're here. UMass Amherst, UMass. I'm a big fan of Holyoke, Massachusetts for a very random reason, but and it doesn't relate to my wife or anything like that.
We need to do a contest for the most state represented here.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of Florida folks on here.
Win? Jen gets on the line and sings some Old Lang Syne or something.
That works.
It's the best song that came out of my head. It's such a bad, you know, it's what I got. It's early here too, and my kids woke me up. We got California in the house.
There we go. We got some West Coast peeps.
The West Coast is here. We got some Arizona that it didn't have to be here. They're the day curator. Live in Illinois, work at Jefferson in Missouri. I got 10:01. We'll go for about another 3 minutes with this very random banter, if that's all right. Oh, Siri, stop talking. We'll go for about 3 more minutes and we'll get going, folks.
Look, we got Puerto Rico represented
Puerto Rico.
too.
Nice.
Well, Liz, buenos dias. Just remember, folks, you are in webinar mode, which means we know you're here. We see you're here. We feel that you're here. You just can't see us. If you need anything during the day, the chat feature is your best option. As we get going, you have questions, we're just going to ask you to put them in the QA section so that we can facilitate them in a good way. Another AZ.
Woohoo, Arizona
We
represent.
got some early risers. Howdy, Erica. We got Texas now. Got Washington State. This is a beautiful thing. It's always fun. About another minute or two. We're just trying to get everybody on just to make sure that everybody has the benefit of the entire day. Yes, I do know now. Dee Dee, thank you for reminding us Iowa's here. We would never slight Iowa. We may slight Minnesota Twins fans, but we'll never slight Iowa. That should get me another reaction comment. Boo. That's the fun and the beauty of this community. We can laugh and we can enjoy and we can cover some substantive topics as well throughout the day.
And there was a question, you guys are muted, so you can scream at the screen and do whatever you need to, and we cannot hear you, nor can we see you.
Let's scream
Do
this
all
thing,
sorts of
please.
rude gestures.
New Mexico in the house. This is fun. Hello, Indiana. Marianne, glad you're here. Minnesota, Kimberly, you're here. Perhaps the good Twins fan. We'll get started in about 30 seconds. We have representing Florida and Illinois. You know, now we're getting into the technical distinctions of who our allegiances are with and where we're located. It's almost like we're going to need a bit of a questionnaire when you come in. How would you like to be associated?
So he's a Florida guy, but he must be traveling this weekend.
Amy, we couldn't agree with you more. It is early for us. Was that Amy? No, that was Christine. I want to attribute it right. It is early for a Saturday, but we couldn't think of a better reason to get together. You know, if you want an early morning reason, this community is one that I think y'all, just by being here, have said this is a good place to be if you got to get up. All right, I got about 5 after, which I think means we ought to get going, if that makes sense to everybody. Again, I'm Todd Von Dijk, AVTE's Executive Director. This is about the point in which I stop talking, and let's turn it over to Paula Kirkwood, who has said our current president, who, where is breakfast, Evelyn? Breakfast call me later. I'll make sure you get some next time. I'll send it to your house beforehand. And if you think you join, I'm kidding. Those on the call that you can see will say, my bluffs usually aren't bluffs. So if you email help@avte.net, I'll take care of it. Paula, our current president, would like to say hello, welcome, and all those good things. She says it's 28 seconds, but we're happy to pause for however long she would like to take. Paula, it's all you.
All righty. Well, greetings, everyone. And once again to the West Coast in Hawaii. Holy mackerel, it sure is early. But welcome to this second day on a Saturday this time. Today, it's all about the present. The last conference, we reminisced about the past and how far we'd come. And now we must take stock and realize that where we are right now and how can we improve. That said, I think all of us can agree that 2020 has been an exceedingly challenging present. It seems like we're running as fast as we can just to stay in the same place. It sure feels that way a lot. But hopefully when we come to the other side of this, we will have learned important lessons on how to be adaptable, how we can take some of these adaptations and improve our pedagogy, because that's what we're all about, is getting better and better. So that said, I don't even think that was 28 seconds. I'd like to thank all our sponsors, Vet Tech Prep, HIPPO, AVSB, Sindaver, and NAVTA. So let us begin this day in the present. Thank you, all of you, for being here. And I'm going to hand it over to whoever I'm supposed to hand it over to.
Which means that we'll welcome Jen Serling from out at Pima in Arizona, who is our day curator, our conference director, our vice president.
I am the Vanna White for today. So
Yeah, all of that stuff. Jen, it's all.
yeah. So welcome everybody and good morning. So like they said, I am Jen Serling. I am the AVTE president-elect and conference chair for this year. And I'm so excited that you guys are joining us for day 2 of our virtual event. So our theme for this basically is going to mirror what we initially had planned to tackle in person had we been able to get together. So today, as Paula said, we're kind of focusing on the present, and then in October, we're going to come back together for our last day and looking into the future of what we can do. In addition to the sponsors that Paula thanked, I'd also like to thank a lot of people for their efforts in making today possible. And this includes the AVTE board and our conference committee, which is Trisha Gorham, Jim Hurrell, and Paula Kirkwood. In terms of housekeeping, so the video today will be posted. You'll get it in approximately 1 week. You're going to get an email with all of the access information as soon as the file is posted. When you log out at the end of today, you're going to be prompted to take a short survey. That survey is going to be your gateway into getting your CE credit for today, which we all know is super important. And that is race certificates. Those certificates will also be sent to those who complete the survey and indicate that they would like and need that CE credit during the week of September 28th. Again, if you run into any technical challenges, please use the chat feature and a member of the production staff will reach out to you and try to figure out whatever those issues are and get them resolved. And we encourage you guys throughout today to use the Q&A feature to ask any questions. Not using the chat box for the questions is a big help in us because we're looking at it behind the scenes and we can pull the questions out and see those separately from the chat box. But absolutely, please use the chat box because it's great to see everybody all interact. And with that taken care of, it is going to be my pleasure to introduce.
Hey, Jen,
yes.
Can I dive in for just 1 second?
You absolutely can.
And not just because I wanted to see if I could throw you off your game as you were going.
That's okay. You know I got my flow.
I know you got your flow. One note about the survey, just so you know, we got asked the question, so I thought I'd answer it directly. Your answers retain anonymity. We do ask you to indicate if you need CE, but your answers go directly to a research staffer that is part of our team here and does not get at name level in any way, shape, or form to the board. The board gets all the answers in aggregate, and the folks who work directly with AVTE every day, like myself, only get answers in aggregate and the list of people to see CE. So you can, we do put controls on it and just wanted to assure everybody of that.
So you can say horrible things about my intro and I won't know you said it. All right, so let me introduce our first speaker. So we are going to hear from Beth Anne. Beth Anne has spent 12 years of her career in specialty medicine, where she enjoyed teaching her peers. She created 2 continuing education programs before she decided to leap into academia for 11 years. Her main focus has been to find ways in making learning memorable and prepare students for their VTNE. So without further ado, here is Beth Anne.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it so much. So I'm gonna share my screen really fast with you guys. And I appreciate all of you guys for joining us today so early. I know for the West Coast especially, it is super, super early. I even think that it's early even for me in Illinois. So thank you guys in Midwest. I adore you guys, of course. That's my home. Today we're going to talk about dialogic teaching and how it harnesses the power of talk. I am super lucky that, I don't know if it's luck necessarily, but I am married to a high school teacher. So he has been teaching for the last 15 years. And so running ideas through him all of the time has been really helpful and for me to learn how to teach, because many times we are just thrown into teaching and just trying to figure out on our own what is going to work best, right? So our go-to is essentially lecturing. And as we know, we don't always learn best by just having a teacher talk to us day in and day out. So trying to find a better solution for students to learn can be challenging right away. So, you know, talking with my husband, I should just give you a forewarning. He's an environmental science teacher, so he spends most of his days outside. So even right now, as you guys may know if you have kids too, they are struggling just as much as you guys in trying to figure out e-learning. And so I kind of laughed at him because I was like, you guys aren't even prepared at all for, you know, online education to any degree, right? And I know that most of you guys have done some sort of online stuff, whether you're on Moodle or Blackboard or something like that. You've had some sort of interaction with your students. And so many of you might have teaching content that you're in a classroom with students maybe once or twice a week, but our goal should always be that they are engaged in your class for the entire week. So that's going to be our goal today, is trying to figure out how can we have your students in your class figure out a way to keep them engaged for that entire week. So traditional teaching methods, of course, look like a lecture style, right? So many of you probably started in your career of doing that lecture style each and every day. It may work for some students. They may feel like they're retaining a lot of that information, but truly they're never retaining all of it. They're going to have to do some sort of studying again on their end, and just more of a memorization type of thing, right? It works for the lower end classes where they're able to memorize and regurgitate that information back out to you on a piece of paper or a quiz, but it doesn't work for those upper classes where you're wanting them to critically think and trying to figure out a problem. Demonstrator or coaching style, so showing them your knowledge and including activities for them to demonstrate again. Again, you're showing them your knowledge and then you want them to repeat it for you. So in laboratory methods, that works too, but trying to get them to critically think too of like why we do it that way, to go that extra step. Facilitator, promoting that self-learning, it gives them those critically thinking skills. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, and none of these are necessarily bad. What we're trying to do is look at how many different modes that we can do. Delegating, so best for lab activities and peers, feedback and activities. So giving them opportunities to teach one another is always a great thing, right? So we say, you know, for us to teach them to do it, and then for them to teach another person. It's like a full learning loop. And then hybrid style, so blended style, where the teachers have their personality and interests for the students' needs. I'm sure many of you over your time of teaching have talked about stories that you have gone through, right? Whether it's in different classes, whether it's about communication with owners, what you have done within a hospital. Students love hearing those things. So it's really important to show them what type of things that they may see out in the field. So when you're doing lecture-based, and lecture-based, like I said, is not necessarily a bad thing, but there are different lectures that we can give. So like mine today, this may not be the best method that we can do. And even when we talk about CE too, it's hard to get people intrigued about going to CE. I talk to many hospitals for my job, and I can see that many of them don't do a ton of CE. And many times it's because they're not interested in doing it. We stick them all in big lecture halls, and they're not really intrigued to sit there. But what they really love is the fact that they get to go after those CE events and go to where they can go and look at all of the fun stuff and talk to people in smaller groups and try out other things, and do all of that stuff. They get free samples too, right? But that's a little bit more educational for them. So we kind of have to look at that too. People also like wet labs, stuff like that. So is there a better way? Absolutely. So pro to lecturing, it can work great for higher education. It is hard for, younger students. And like I said, it's a memorization form. It can be very boring too at times. So how can we make these lectures effective? So trying to build your lecture over reviewing material first, giving examples that can be relative to events that are happening currently within the world, right? So, I do a lot of conservation aspects of things, mainly because of my husband, number one, and it's also very interesting to me. So I try to build certain topics into conservation or things that they are hearing on the news, and I ask them critically thinking thoughts, and I have them try to build off of that. So it's not me talking the entire time, but it's me trying to build them to critically think throughout that lecture. And then we go back to the next, part of our lecture. Trying to have good transitions from your lecture, right? And Todd was joking with me about my prezzies. I typically use Prezi. And the reason for that is, number one, they're really easy to build. And number two, I really like to put clips in my lectures, typically like video clips of things that can be explained a little bit better than what I necessarily have to say. Maybe a little TED Talk that's, a couple minutes long. I love TED Talks. That's like my goal someday, is to be on a TED Talk. Probably won't happen ever, but that's just a goal. But putting that within your slides too, and trying to make that bulk up your lecture a little bit more. Just putting in your key points into lectures is really helpful too. So having lecture slides with, content upon content in there, I've seen too. So making sure you don't have too much on your slides. A conclusion of the summary obviously is important too. So at the end of your lecture, conclude everything together. Have your students write down like a 1 minute, summary within themselves so that they can recall certain things. Take a 10-minute, have them do a lecture for 10 minutes and then ask questions. They can only pay attention for truly about 10 minutes, and then you're gonna have to do something to catch their attention again. And of course, it's always important not to read just straight from your slides. So obviously we see this a lot with newer teachers that aren't necessarily confident right away with teaching. So it's really important that newer teachers have a mentor when they are coming aboard, so that they feel like they are confident throughout their time there. I was thrown into teaching at many jobs, and luckily I had someone at least at home that could help me build my confidence, but it would be really great to have that mentor at school. So utilize more active learning, such as a dialogic learning approach. Sorry, can't talk. So let's go back, sorry. So dialogic learning itself has interactions with your students and talking into different ways. We can ask questions that give just a much more simple recall. So going over content that was talked about before, having them just giving you answers and then following up with building additional questions or thoughts from there. Feedback, leads to them thinking forward, asking them what are your thoughts on that, and then having them just, their contributions to everything. I have had such great conversations with them just by sitting with them in the classroom and just literally talking just the entire time about, you know, anesthesia, and them getting such a better view of all of the anesthetic drugs and how they work and what would your approach be with that type of patient. We'll talk about flipped classrooms, and when they have that lecture content ahead of time, we can talk about case studies and then, well, what would your better approach be with that? They are able to form those thoughts a little bit better, and it ties together so much better. So I talked about this the other day when we had our fireside talk, but our teacher-centered learning just basically shows that teachers, when they are having that teacher-centered learning, it's about the teacher having their own knowledge and experience, and they're kind of spewing that out to the class and the class itself. And it's where the students just, again, regurgitate that information back. And it's hard for them to really gather all of that information and keep it, you know, within their brain. And right now when I'm doing my AVTE review, the biggest problems that I'm seeing with students is that they are having a hard time with anesthesia and pharmacology and math. They're having such a hard time remembering and the usage of how to do these problems and the usage of the drugs. And so truly, even when I'm sitting online with them, it's not me just necessarily having a lecture for them here, but we just get together and we start talking about, okay, so what do you know about this drug? And if we had a patient that had X, Y, and Z, what other drug may we try to use? And they use each other to try to figure out a better solution. So we use whatever knowledge they currently have, their experience with it, and then maybe their beliefs that they have on that drug. And they also have me to kind of shift, you know, what those thoughts are to maybe correct some of those issues. And so it's such a more collaborative effect. So this is kind of a little guide into what is, you know, more student directed versus more teacher directed. And so I will have a talk later on that's project-based learning, which I'm the queen of projects, my students will probably say. You know, so that is a really awesome attempt to getting them to really think about certain things. And it gives them the opportunity to get in front of people because, of course, that's a huge fear of theirs. And I always would say, my goal someday is to go to a conference where you are up in front of everyone teaching me something. And so they finally get, by the end of the time they're with me, a lot more confidence talking in front of people. And they gather so much information that they're able to talk about anything, and it's super informational. I've had such great projects that end up turning into so much more that I thought that they would end up being, where we talked about conservation medicine, and I learned so much more than I ever thought about certain animals that were really cool. And my students push even harder than I ever thought that they would. So they get excited about learning as well. You know, discussion based, of course, it's more, it can be more student directed the more that you push for it. Case based, again, like I said, can be more student directed too, the more that you push for it. The only way that you can really do case based though, is that you have to utilize that flipped classroom ahead of time, because of course you have to give them additional material ahead of time. So it really does take a little bit extra work on your end at the beginning to kind of set that stuff up. But like I said before, you know, you really want them to be engaged within your class the entire week. And so for me, I'll talk about too how I made them stay engaged with my class, and it probably annoyed a lot of my coworkers too, about how they were always talking about anesthesia to the point of you know, we named our rats after anesthetic drugs. So, but it was really fun, and I made anesthesia fun, which normally that's not what students necessarily say. So we have to, as teachers, we have to keep ourselves accountable as well. So teachers have to have availability for their students. For me, I saw that before I was teaching like anesthesia, I say anesthesia a lot because that was a class that chronically had students failing the class or barely passing. When I started teaching the class and offered tutoring, the students started pushing harder as well, and my students all passed with an A or a B. And it wasn't because I made the content easy, I made the content even harder. And so they just pushed more, and they really wanted to learn and be better as well. Like I said, keep those students engaged every day, and then also show your passion. I even told them before that anesthesia was not one of my favorite subjects either, and that I really had to work at it. So being very honest and saying like, this is important stuff, is important to be very honest with them. So in an interactive lecture, like I said, beginning of the class, use groups, brainstorm at, you know, problems that you have. In the middle of the class, pause, maybe have your students come up and say, you know, what they've been working on. Take a vote on a discussion at the end of the class. Do like a 1-minute paper about a problem that you come up with, and then have a discussion on that. That's more of an interactive lecture day approach, rather than having you guys just lecture about the content material. It gives you guys more of not such a boring lecture. You have kids engage. I mean, how many of you guys, when you are, I know you're all probably e-learning or that kind of thing, having issues with students that are on their cell phones or on their laptops doing, you know, other things rather than learning. This gives them the opportunity of not having any issues with that because they're engaged. So this is actually a board that I had one day, and I took a picture, not thinking that I would ever do a lecture, so I just used it. But this was a day that I had one of my tutoring sessions that I had a student myself up here doing a chart of our multimodal anesthesia. And so the class we went through and we talked about the drugs that we were utilizing for anesthesia. And so I was saying, okay, drive me through all of our, you know, classes of drugs, and then what do you know about these drugs? And so I was just the person writing the information, and then the students were driving, right? They were just telling me about these drugs. And this was just in, you know, a 45-minute hour tutoring session that I had. So like I said, we just did tutoring. Now, you know, how many of these students came to tutoring that every time that I offered it? I usually offered it twice a week for that 45 minutes to an hour. And religiously, my entire class would come. And that is why they were so successful. They wanted to make sure that, hey, we have this class covered. So I made sure that in my other classes, I always had the regular class and then a tutoring session for them as well. And so we also added to this class. So anesthesia never had math either, and they struggled with math. So we threw math on top of it in this class. So we added additional content to anesthesia, and they still did, you know, a fantastic job. So our flipped classrooms, So flipped actually is an acronym, of course, because they put acronyms for everything. So flipped is flexible environment. They're learning cultural shifts. They have intentional content, and then they're professional educator. So the idea to it is to kind of present that online approach to giving them the content ahead of time. And then the classroom is the opportunity to give them time to work on materials to get experience in it, right? So we can do case studies, we can have that time for discussion. It extends that learning opportunity that they have done on their lecture, okay? So it really keeps them accountable for getting that material done ahead of time. And then they can really utilize that opportunity in class to build upon what they've learned. And so we want to make sure that with flipped classes, they're learning the activity, they're taking even a test potentially afterwards to making sure that they feel like they understand that material, whether or not that you count that test or quiz prior to, you know, the full test, right? So maybe doing a pre-test before the quiz, and then using that as a study content, right? So we don't always have to say like every quiz and test counts. Using maybe a test that's like, okay, let's do a pre-test to make sure you guys understand the material, and then maybe you want to do some extra studying because you're not ready yet for it. So setting them up for success too. Sometimes students, and from what I found, right, because we've all seen it within the VTNE, with how successful a lot of our students are, they don't know how to read a question. And so the more we can prep them for those reading of the questions, the better. So if we do a lot more pre-tests, helping them read those questions, the more successful they'll be in their VTE. So giving them those opportunities is great. We don't always have to say we're going to count those tests or quizzes. Yes, we're going to have to test them at some point, but even just those opportunities is great. So in our pre-classes, we could do certain things like how many times do our students open their book, right? That big book, which now most of the time they have it online, which I remember having to carry around my huge book. It gave us great workouts, but giving them option to say, here, I want you to read the 25th chapter of McKernan and answer these questions. These questions go through the entire chapter and it forces them to read it, right? So that they come prepared to class to talk about that chapter. So, and the funny thing is when they came to class, they were like, I am so glad that you do this because it's such a great review. And I actually can read the chapter. I actually understand the chapter now. And I was like, seriously, all you had to do is read the chapter normally, you know? So it forces them to read the chapter. It forces them to stop and answer questions too, not just continue to read because they don't focus then. But it's a really great study tool as well. And the questions can also be critically thinking at that point, you know, as they go along further. So we've all seen the case studies as well, the case study book. You can utilize the case study book in class. You can use groups to do that. You can create your own group, or I'm sorry, your own case studies. And then coming back together and talking about these case studies is fantastic. And I love doing case studies with students, especially using your own experiences from the field, right? We all have such great histories with being in the field that they love hearing it, like I said. So after class, what do we do? So homework, lab, projects are my favorite, right? Even assigning the project even in a way in advance, okay? So many times, and we'll talk about project-based learning because project-based learning is very different. And then if you're setting that ahead of time for a learning experience to teach others, that's very project-based. A test or quiz, and then doing very hybrid work online, like school shell, which many of you are doing now, and then definitely relate it to real life problems. So let's see, last year with the hurricane to, oh goodness, I forgot which hurricane it was called, but there was a hurricane to, can't remember now. There was a hurricane, and I talked about how that is effective within the veterinary field. Why is that effective in the veterinary field? Why should we care, essentially, right? We can talk about, even now, the forest fires. How does that affect the veterinary field at this point? What can we do as a veterinary profession right now for the forest fires? Or what cause and effect is that to the veterinary profession? And so that makes them think about, like, okay, what could I do as a veterinary technician? Like, what kind of research can I do to help potentially? And so one thing that I have done in the last year is I am a member of the Green Cross, and I became a field traumatologist. And so in about 3 weeks, I will be going out to Oregon to help with trauma victims for pet owners and pet shelters, and for other, vet techs and veterinary staff who have had to see crazy amounts of trauma from the forest fires. So it gets them talking about different things outside of just going to the everyday, going to an animal hospital and doing their job. There's so many other things, as we know, in the veterinary field now that we can do. And having them look at other aspects is really important, and it excites them. So let's have them explore different options at this point. Many schools don't talk about VTSs or getting your bachelor's degree, or the fact that now you can get a master's degree as a vet tech. And so we want to set them up for success so that they can know that there's so many other branches out there. So giving them that hybrid of, and asking those questions of maybe discussion based or anything like that is really important. And so real life experiences. So one thing I did, of course, is they all had their banana patient to suture, right? So we had a really fun time with that. So of course I had my own banana too, so we had a great time. So discussion-based things, all right? So what kind of question methods and additional questions? So it's not to give the student like the actual answer, but guiding them to critically think about it. So allow them enough time, giving them hints, right? I many times go, do you want to play hangman with the answer? To try to get like the right response from them. I really, really try so hard for every student to get that right answer, right? To encourage them to succeed. And so I almost like give them, I'm like, it starts with vet and then it ends with ernary. So to give them that answer eventually, after so long. And then engaging others in responses too. So pushing additional on that discussion. And then how do we set that stage for the discussion expectations? We want everyone to participate. So how do we do that each time? So many people have put together participation points in class, right? And so how do you give participation points? So we started with, okay, we're gonna do 10 points a week, right? And so we're gonna take 2 points away from this person if they don't do this, and blah, 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 blah. And it got to be where students were like, well, I don't think I deserve to have 2 points taken away from me. And I just said, forget it. If you don't show up, if you don't do one thing or the other, like, it's professionalism. You're going to show up to class, you're going to participate. If you're not there in the seat or you're not there mentally, you get 1 point. And if it's, you get it or you lose it. And so they knew that I have to show up and participate. And it worked fantastic, right? They knew that I was so adamant about professionalism and being there. If I was going to be there for them, they were going to be there. So it worked fantastic because, you know, your participation points are only worth, you know, so much of your grade, whether it's 5% or 10%. So that 1 point is the same as 10 points, essentially, right? So that meant a lot to them. So explain the purpose of everything, right? What is the purpose of what we're doing? And why is participation so important? And then just start everything early on. It's the same day one is the same day or same thing on the last day. And then lower the social barriers, you know? We don't have to always show that we are the authoritative figure. They know that, you know. We don't always have to stand up over them. We can sit with them. I've had so many conversations with administration about that, where they thought because I sat down with them to talk with students that I was too friendly. But it was just to have conversations. And if a student was not doing what they were expected of, then that was a whole other conversation that I would have with them, right? But they appreciate when a teacher sits down with them to have that educational conversation. And that's important. We're there to help them, not to look over them. And then consider room arrangement. Room arrangement means so much, right? We don't have to have those rows. I hate those rows. We can change it up, right? And then encourage name learning. That is very key. So I learned not only their first name, but their middle name. And so that I said, if you're driving me nuts or something, I'd call you by full name. and I used it more as a joke. But I thought that was really key. Or we made nicknames up for one another. We were a very tight-knit group. So even considering, you know, room arrangements that look like this, if you can find that in your school budget, right? I tried and encouraged that with my school. I was like, just one classroom like this, right? It lowers that social barrier because you can have students just sit there and have that discussion base every day. You can move your groups around so much easier. And then if students still want to sit in a desk, they can sit in a desk. If they want to sit at a table, they can sit at a table. If they want to sit in a comfy chair, they have that option, right? But it makes everyone comfortable for a learning opportunity. So scenario case space, as we all know, we all love learning from case spaces. I probably do this all day, every day by looking at Facebook posts and stuff like that of what people are doing. But this is so great for when they're just learning, whether or not they are further in advancement from working in the field or they're just starting out. So like I said, inventing cases, evaluating videos, good and bad videos too, right? I love showing them videos that are inappropriate for what we had already learned, like, you know, how someone has scrubbed in for a surgery, or how someone is gowned for a surgery or them doing a surgery. And I say, okay, so what in this video would you probably do better? And then we kind of pick that apart. You don't always have to show perfect videos because then they don't have to critically think about it. They have to go back and look at it and say, all right, what was not okay about that? What did I feel a little bit weird about in there? And then you can always replay it too. there's a lot of not okay videos out there too. YouTube is great for that. So this was one of my really fun projects that I did, and it was totally off the fly. Actually, I was covering for someone's class, and it was a surgery reflection assessment. So rather than giving a test that day, I decided that I was going to do this as a group. So they all had their own surgery groups. And so what I did was I said, go get your surgery monitoring form from the previous day. And I wanted them to work in their surgery group, and I wanted them to answer these questions in the box. So how was their surgery patient? What did they give to their patient, and like what was their procedure? And then how could they have done better with their patient? Like what were their difficulties for that? And then what could you have done with your patient? Like what or could have done differently with your patient? And then what do you feel the outcome would have been if they did something differently? So it got them to think about, okay, and seeing their monitoring form, right? What were the things on their monitoring assessments during every 5 minutes that they thought that, you know, hey, these aren't quite right? Because these were my students in anesthesia, and now they're in surgery. So they know all of this stuff from before, and now they're putting it into play. So what could they have done potentially differently to make a better outcome? Yes, their patient lives through surgery, but we can always make improvements, right? So it was a great way that they could work together as a group, collaborate together, critically think about it, and then we came back together to talk about it. And we talked about drugs, we talked about fluid therapy, we talked about bringing down, you know, anesthetic gas. We talked about how their patients were colder and how we could fix that, and all different things. So it was fantastic that I was like, great, I'm glad you guys know that. So let's do that next week. So project-based things are really fun. So we're going to talk a lot about this next time. They gain a lot of knowledge and skills by working for an extended period of time to investigate something that is, of course, authentic, engaging. They're answering potentially a question or problem. And it focuses on real world experiences. So like they gain those interpersonal skills by being able to understand a concept, and also creativity. I learned so much about their creativity in school. They're way more creative than I could ever imagine. And then they have in-depth knowledge about that. So I have students that after this conservation project, they were going out and making phone calls to places, you know, speaking on behalf of certain animals out, you know, there. And they made a video once and tagged me in it about saving the bees, which I adored. And it just was a fantastic way to bring out that these students can make a change, and bring a little, you know, that it isn't just, you know, environmental science's job. This is part of our job too in the veterinary profession, is bringing awareness out there as well. So, you know, the students did a lot of research on this. They put a presentation together. They brought this attention to the class, and they really made it engaging as well. And this is a presentation about one student who said that, you know, essentially that the human race is just the conservation issue altogether. So his was really good, actually. So some of the rules that I have, that I put forth for myself as a teacher, is always to make class fun, push your students further than standard expectations always. and that every student matters, no matter what. Commit to teaching better, every class better than the time before. My class changed every single term that I had it in some way or another. You know, I would change things here and there, and it was never the same. So I probably drove people nuts about that all the time, but something always, you know, was different. I never had the same class. But I had students succeed who had failed so many times before. So I got permission to post my students on here, but the gentleman here had failed out 3 years prior because teachers did not believe in him. And then this student here, she had failed my class previously, and her whole attitude changed when I really was pretty hard on her and like really just told her I expected so much more to her. So she's actually crying here because it was during her pinning ceremony where I gave her kind of like the MVP award for just how much she has helped other students during her change. And it can change students' lives just by teachers caring and doing, you know, a little bit extra in their lives. So these guys meant a lot to me. And other things that we can do on top of just in the classroom things is taking them out and doing things within the community, having them practice additional things. So we taught in a low income area. So we did low cost clinics and, you know, did vaccines, nail trimming, any type of microchipping, stuff like that. In that class, we did IV catheter, blood draws, fluid therapy, heartworm tests, dentistry. We would do dentals for free for, you know, shelter animals. I threw in a whole nutrition aspect of things to that class where we went totally in depth, had emergency critical care and CPR. We also visited a local feed store to do research for them as well. So they don't look like they're enjoying it at that moment, but they definitely enjoyed it. And then I also encouraged them to start continuing education for fear-free. And then they also did some education for nutrition as well. So they started on a good foot for continuing education. And then our enrichment completely changed for our rats and rabbits. We had our rats in those little clear shoe boxes when I first started, and they were individual, in each individual, and our rats lived with us for probably about 6 months at a time at least. So we changed them into Critter Nation housing so that they could live like more socially, because they are such social animals. So we also made them hammocks and got them fun things to get. And then this is how we, of course, remember their anesthetic drugs. And then we changed, like I said, our whole rodent enrichment program. So giving them novel foods such as this. So we made them a nice salad every day. My overall goal was to eventually start a vertical garden, but I just didn't get the opportunity to do it, and I would have loved to start beekeeping, but of course we couldn't because it was too dangerous, they said. We did popcorn in a movie here and there. So I brought popcorn for all of the students. We watched The Paw Project, which is a really great conversation piece, at least, for students to watch, especially when you are talking about declaws at that moment. It doesn't matter if they have like a belief on anything like that, you know, for declaws or anything, but it does start a great conversation. Same thing with Pet Fooled. They're great conversation pieces. Also through the dog's eyes, and My Bionic Pet. They're great conversation pieces, and it also gives your class a time just to kind of unwind and watch a really good documentary. There's also some great additional documentaries that have just come out too, like on Netflix, if you're able to access Netflix. I also have my service dog, who is now a retired service dog, but he would join us every day, which I will say I do recommend having animals in a classroom. It is very, very helpful for teaching aspects and also relaxing for students. They enjoy it. We had valued guest speakers that would come in. I had old students that came in, which was so enjoyable. I had a Milwaukee Zoo person that came in to help. And then also just people that are well-known in your community. We went on field trips. So I went to the Shed Aquarium with everyone. We didn't have a lot of aquatic medicine that was talked about in class, so taking them there. Luckily, I have my husband who is very, very involved in aquatic medicine. I know he has just weird things that he's really good at. And I also know just a little bit about it. So we don't have technicians who are interested in aquatic medicine unless we actually educate them. So that was one thing that I really wanted to do, was take them on a tour of the Shed Aquarium, at least, to give them that exposure. And so some other things, like I was talking about, is applied cases. So having them, once they go to their externship, picking one case that they really enjoyed and bringing that back to the classroom at the end, where they're able to present that case to everyone and talk about what they did with that patient in a SOAP format, presenting that problem, and going over what happened during that case itself. And then we also have project-based. So this is something more to come that I'll talk about. We did do a very extensive project that was based off of Disney Animal Kingdom's enrichment program. This is actually one of my students who now works there. She is the practice manager, head tech there. And she just had one of the porcupine babies named after her, which is super cool. I wish they would do that for me. Put it all together. What can we do at the end, right? Helping them for VTE. So putting a VTE course in together, building their confidence, giving them resources, starting them with networking right away, right? So of course I have my VTE review group right now on Facebook. We have about 11,500 members currently, which people help all the time, student-wise and educator-wise. So if you guys also want to join the group to help these students, that would be fantastic. I do live Zoom reviews with them as often as I possibly can, but even if other people want to do these review sessions here and there, it is very, very welcome. We have a mentorship program too to help students as well to build that confidence, because a lot of it truly is that they just don't know how to take these tests. And like I said, there are certain subjects that they really are just struggling in. So what are our steps forward? Can dialogic teaching survive any condition? Like COVID, right? Absolutely. So we talked about so many different topics today of like different ways that we can do it. It all takes creativity on our end, right? We can do things by, flipped classroom, by doing a different type of lecture based. It is all within your reach of what you want to do for each individual, lecture or type of topic that you're on at that given point. Whatever's going to fit that lecture, that topic that you're on at that given point. But it really truly makes that class so much more fun, not only for the students, but for yourself. Trying to tie in events that are happening right now makes it so much more fun as well. And And truly, I enjoyed every single day that I worked with my students. I still say to them that they're my students, and they're always my students, even all the way back to 11 years ago when I first started. I know that my growth in those 11 years has exponentially changed. And you guys will see it too with those, you know, great ways that we can do so much better and keeping them engaged throughout every single day, even though you're only seeing them maybe once or twice a week. So, any questions at this point? I think I made it in time.
No, you did great. That was phenomenal. Thank you so very much. And there are some questions. So from Kimberly, what do you do in the case of a student that refuses to present in front of their peers?
Oh, great question. So that is a great question. So a lot of my projects, what I did too is there are times where I will give I will give a project out that has multiple choices. So that's something that we're going to talk about in the project-based thing, where you can do, like, say you have 4 choices of what they do. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be like a PowerPoint slide where they have to give or whatever. So one of mine, and I'm going to give it away now, one of mine was that they could talk about like the history of opioids, or can animals get addicted to drugs? And then another one was, oh goodness, I can't even remember. And the last one was writing a children's book on the stages of anesthesia, or like how an animal is going to go through anesthesia for the day, which is actually really interesting, because how do you have people talk to children, right, about their dog going through anesthesia? So people did do a children's book on that, because they didn't want to stand up in front of class, even though I made them read the story, but they were comfortable with that. So yeah, like giving them choices they love, which is kind of fun. And my husband's doing that even right now with just day-to-day work. You can do any of these choices, pick 3 of these things to get the points for the day. You know what I mean? So it all kind of depends on how you want to do it.
Another question is how do you get students to attend those optional tutor sessions? I've offered it, only the ones who don't need tutoring will attend.
So a lot of times it's, wow, guys, look how well these guys did from coming to tutoring. And it's really about them speaking, like saying like, you know, oh my gosh, that tutoring has really helped me, or whatever. And another part of it is you do a lot of the homework during tutoring. Like say you are assigning homework, you can at least do part of that homework or whatever during that tutoring session to help them out, because essentially that's a lot of times where they're struggling. So that's going to be at least your go-to right away, is to start saying, well, we're going to do part of your homework during tutoring, or go over, you know, your homework in tutoring, and that gets them coming.
How do you implement these assignments online with hybrid learning?
So I have done like discussion post number 1 for them. And of course it's point based, I guess you would say. And then for the lectures, you would just put them in, obviously. You can always assign something afterwards if you really wanted to. I'm not sure how everyone's set up for classes with hybrid learning at this point, because everyone's a little bit different. But yeah, like for my discussion posts, they have to post by a certain time. I never made people having to reply afterwards or anything like that. I just made them have to have a post by a certain time.
Here's another good one. We've used many of these ideas of tours, guest speakers, and such in the past, but with COVID, our school does not want third-party non-faculty people on campus.
Yes.
Tours are obviously not possible. Any ideas how to include these experiences today in the land of COVID?
Yes, very good. So there are a ton of people currently that are doing virtual stuff. I know because I'm in Chicago for like the Shed, they are doing virtual, and it actually is really good. Like the Shed, they do behind the scenes in the hospital virtually. There are a ton of other stuff that you can do, like a wellness, culture and well-being stuff, virtual, like CE option, stuff like that. So reaching out to, you know, just depending on who you want to do or have come to your facility, most of them will do a virtual aspect of things with your class. Absolutely.
So we currently have a student who is approved for accommodations. She is allowed to do voiceovers for her presentations, and she does
Yes.
not have to stand up in class to do it. Do you think this is appropriate?
Yes, you have to. If she has like a 504 or an IEP, yeah, you have to.
How do you manage to have open communication and discussions during class while keeping up with the content being taught? I find this is an excellent form of learning. However, I tend to end up short on time and having difficulty covering everything we need within the time constraints.
Yeah, I mean, knowing what content that you have to cover, right? You just have to keep in mind, okay, what are we covering? And then making sure that that is being, you know, like lecturing has always been just kind of our backfall onto things, right? But making sure that you, if you need to at first, coming up with kind of a lecture notes of bullet points of what you need to cover, right? And making sure that within your discussion or in any type of group setting, so if you're having them in groups, that you are covering those things within that amount of time, that it's getting covered each class, can be helpful. And then once you kind of get a hang of it, then it's fine. Same thing with case studies, making sure that, hey, my case study is going to cover this, 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 and this. And then we're going to kind of move forth on that. But like I said, when you are only lecturing to class, they're only truly receiving about 10% of that information, rather than, you know, you guys actually like collaborating with each other and getting it. They're going to really get about 80% going home. So, you know, a lot of it is, can we get them in multi-modes to learn the content better? I get losing time because yes, it can be easy to keep on task.
Any last questions? No.
And if
Beth
you guys
Anne,
come up with more, you can email me for sure.
Yeah, Beth Anne, that was amazing. Thank you so much. That was just phenomenal. So that was so inspirational, and I'm like excited to get back in the classroom again.
I'm glad. Yeah, I truly love teaching. It's definitely my biggest passion in life. So I love my students, and I appreciate all of you letting me come today. I love it. Thank you. Right? Thank you, guys.
So I think next here might be Jen just getting ready back for her coming on.
We do. Do you want to take like a quick 5-minute? We're on it. Well, it's 8:15 my time, so 11.
Sure. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Grateful if you come back at 4, like any good classroom setup, because we do want to keep to time out of respect to everybody. So I've got 11 after now. We're going to start promptly at 15 after with Jen and Jim Hurrell from Penn Foster.
Yay. Dr. Hurrell, are you ready to rumble?
I am ready to rumble, Jen. Yeah. And by the way, before we get started here, Jen, I thought maybe just to play a little bit of music as we get started here, just to let everybody have a minute or two of the kind of the ambiance of where we're going with this in the next little while.
Am I allowed to say I'm officially afraid?
Yes, and you should be.
Excellent. The highlight reel of this, the bloopers, will be available at the AVTE newsletter in 2 weeks' time.
I love it. I love
But couldn't think of a better duo to go at it.
it. So anyway, Jen, let's do a little bit of music just to get people in the right frame of mind.
Let's do it. Are you playing it? Because we can't hear it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It looked like he was dancing to it. So
He was.
I could tell he could hear it.
I'm sorry you guys can't hear that. Wow.
It's because you have your headphones on, Jim.
Ah.
Can you all hear that?
You need to turn it up. I can hear just a smidge. So I think you need to share your computer audio.
Oh,
Just so you guys know, you have the two most untech savvy persons doing this presentation.
let's see. Oh dear. Well, we'll just keep going.
All right, you want to share our presentation then?
Can they all see my screen?
Nope, you got to share it.
See. So, oh, I know what I need to do. So anyway, let's do this. Yikes. Let me see. So I'm going to share my screen.
We can come in with some music while the screen share's going.
Ah. I think.
There we go. Your deck is up, Jim.
All right.
We're seeing the Penn Foster Culture Code.
Oh dear.
It's all right. We can get there.
There we go. How about
There you go.
this?
There you go. I'll give you 5 more seconds to play off.
And then you keep your dancing with the hand.
Yeah. So anyway, Jen and I have come up with a tremendously exciting topic for you all today. And veterinarians or veterinary technicians, who makes the better program director? And Jen and I have been great friends over the years. We had a blast putting this all together, very creative on both of our parts. And even though we're low-tech people in a high-tech world, we put together some pretty good stuff for you guys. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm assuming you can see my slide deck.
Yeah, you might want to put it under, I think you have it in presenter mode. And so because we're seeing, can you see it? We're seeing both the screens.
Let's see.
So maybe click on your display settings.
Okay.
And then just from beginning, maybe. Yeah, okay, so unclick, you don't want to set, you're in presenter mode. Or we could just do it this way.
Let's see. Well, it's going to my big screen, but I want it to be on the little screen. So let's see.
So under your monitors, you have use presenter view. We don't want that. We want just the regular view.
Under the monitors.
So move your cursor up just a smidge and unclick presenter view. Isn't this exciting?
Is it up here at the top?
Yeah, so go to where you see view and then go down under the view option and then unclick presenter view.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, Jen, this is on your side. This goes for the vet techs, right?
Point 1 for vet techs. Okay, so now do from beginning. And now we're good. We should be.
All right. Let's see. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, so now you just have to put it in the view mode so we're not seeing. So click from beginning or current slide, either one.
Yeah, it's going to my second screen. Let's see. I thought I had it moved over. Let's see.
Jim, you'd have to take off your screen share and then share the other screen if it's coming up on the other monitor.
I should do a new share?
Yeah, take off your screen share.
Yep.
And then there you go. It's there.
There we go.
Got it?
Yep, got it.
Okay. Are we ready?
We are ready.
So let's go ahead and get started here. Now, gang, Jen and I are doing some really high-tech stuff with you today. We want to have you guys interact with us as much as possible. And this is new for both of us, but we're pretty excited about it. Izzy gave us some tremendous help in putting this all together. We're asking you to do multiple poll everywheres on some of the slides that are coming up in the near future. So we're asking you that if you have an iPad, this is how you will participate with your iPad. If you have a laptop, this is how you will participate with your laptop. And if you have a mobile phone, you can text Izzy TVDA to 37607 once to join.
So we'll give you a second to get logged on.
Yeah, do so. We're going to leave that slide up for a minute. We would like you to participate. Now, if we find that poll everywhere does not work as well for us as we thought it would, then we would like you to add comments under the comments because we really want to get your feedback on many of the things we're going to ask you about here. So, is everybody ready to go? And again, if everything goes well, we should be in pretty good shape here to have you do poll everywhere. But if that does not work, please definitely comment, because we'd like to get your comments on each and every one of these.
All right, I think we're good.
Cool. Let's do it.
Do it.
Okay. So, what state is everybody from? And let's go ahead and click it in. Okay. Whoops.
Oop.
And let's see if we can get some results here.
So if this works, it'll be really cool on the poll everywhere.
Indeed.
Is it activated, Jim?
It is.
Okay.
Looks like we have 7 that have responded so far. And we'll give it a few more minutes here a few more seconds.
Some of them are saying that they're only getting the vet or a tech question on the poll everywhere site.
I see that on the chat, we have a lot of people that are answering there.
Yeah. A lot of East Coast and West Coast people.
Yeah,
Woohoo.
this is good.
All my Arizona peeps. Yay. Who were up very early this morning.
All right, Puerto Rico, indeed. Okay, let's go one more. Are
All
you a
right, so
veterinarian
hopefully this
or
poll's
veterinary? Are you a veterinarian or a veterinary technician? I love this, what Jen found. Laughter is not the best medicine. Propofol is. So,
Darn tootin'.
so are you a veterinarian or a veterinary technician? Okay. I'm so sad that our poll everywhere is not working for
I
everybody.
know.
So, but we'll just keep having you use chat to see what everything is happening there.
Yeah, for some reason it's not, well, shoot. Do you need to, this one says when the poll is active, do you need to activate it?
Actually, I activated all of them just
They're
a
all
little bit
activated.
ago. Yep, yep.
Jen, Jim,
Yes.
Yeah.
Amy went in through the back end and she says it should be good now for you guys.
Wonderful. So let's march forward and see what happens. So let's talk about the program director combatants. In this corner, Jen Serling. Jen, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. So hi, I am Jen Serling. A little bit about myself. I have been an educator for just about a little over 13 years now. I started off teaching in a vet assistant program at Pima Medical Institute. And then when my campus decided to start a vet tech program, I was promoted and started our vet tech program, good Lord, in 2011. So now I oversee both vet assistants and vet tech. I am a large animal girl, have to admit it, although I've worked in both aspects, both large and small animal medicine since 1988. I dabble a little bit in textbooks and I do speaking as well. And I am also, again, the president-elect of AVTE. And you can see by my picture right here that the quarantine has worked out very well for me, that I've been, focusing on my washboard abs.
And I'm Jim Hurrell. I've been a veterinarian for quite a few years, graduated from Michigan State University, had my own small animal practice for a few years. I have now been a program director, college professor. As of January 2021, it will be 40 years. 40 years. I don't think I told Jen that before, but I'm excited. I've been at 3 different AVMA accredited programs. I love the evolution and development of this great profession over the years. And if David Wright is here today, probably he and I are the only ones with a 40-year pedigree. We've got 80 years, maybe a little bit more. I think David's got more than 40. But once again, I'm just passionate about this great profession, and I love seeing what has been done in the evolution and development of this great profession as it continues to move forward with great leadership. So let's move forward.
It's on.
Absolutely.
Our sound's not working either.
Now, I've got some statistics for you guys, and I nerded out at the CVTEA website about 2 weeks ago. These may have changed in the meantime, but I wanted to give you some real world numbers so that you can kind of take a look and see what's going on. Total number of programs, 211. Now, if you'll notice, it doesn't add up that vet techs as program directors, veterinarians as program directors, does not add up to 211. I'm not sure why that is, but there's 92 veterinary technicians as program directors. There's 117 veterinarians as program directors. I want you to also see some interesting trends that I wanted to share with you. Distance learning programs, there are 9 of them, 6 veterinarians, 3 credentialed technicians as program directors. Now, it says the following states had all veterinarians as program directors. They had to have had at least 3 different programs, not just one program, but 3 or more. Now, I want you to see this trend. All veterinarians as program directors in Kentucky, New York, Tennessee, Virginia, Wisconsin. Now, what do 4 of the 5 have? Vet schools. I thought that was interesting. Kentucky was the only one that did not have vet schools. So the following state had all veterinary technicians as program directors, 3 or more programs, West Virginia. And here's one I loved, Jen. North Dakota State had a co-directorship of a veterinarian and a CVT. Why aren't we seeing more of that?
Yeah, I think that's amazing. And I know Deneen commented that this discussion is asking like who's most needed in the exam room. And you know, we wanted, when Jim and I kind of came up with this concept, we wanted kind of this, you know, lighthearted approach, but we really actually are wanting to focus on leadership skills, because regardless of whether or not you're veterinarian or technician, this job requires leadership skills. And so we thought, you know, that this would be a fun thing to talk about, and what are kind of the goal-worthy traits that are going to make us successful. And then we kind of like contests because we're both competitive people. So, but I love the co-directorship. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, we need to see more of those, in my own humble opinion.
Yeah.
So, we want you to do poll everywhere. What does a veterinarian bring to the ring as a program director? Type in one word, please. And we'll get a word cloud going if this poll everywhere is working. Please. Type in one word. I hope.
While we're waiting, Elizabeth says, curious, what is the benefit of DVM over vet tech? I asked because the roles are very, very different. Why is a DVM able to say how to be a tech better than a technician? Oh, now see, and that's my thought as well. I mean, who better to train the techs but techs? Just saying.
This is good. This is good discussion. I'm not seeing any official answers here except in chat.
Jim, Izzy has the answers on her end. They're just not showing on your screen for some reason. But I have them in a screenshot right here if you'd like me to share my screen real quick so you can see.
Fabulous.
That'd be great. Yes.
All right.
And thank you guys for your patience with our very bad technology.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
What does the veterinarian bring to the ring? Knowledge, leadership, diagnosis, experience, supervision.
Drugs.
I love it. I love it.
Yay. We can't run a program without you guys.
All right.
Chaos.
So here's some things that Jen and I came up with. This is what a veterinarian does bring to the ring. Compassion, decision-making skills. You know, and again, there are very few veterinarians that get and understand what an awesome veterinary technician can do for a veterinary practice. I think it's changing more, but I really feel that a veterinarian as a program director needs to understand how important the veterinary healthcare team is and to teach that team. And interpersonal skills are so important by the doctor. Management skills, manual dexterity, and problem-solving skills. So these are some of the things that we felt that doctors would bring to the table as a program director.
Hey, Jim, can you reshare your screen again? Because when Jess took it over, we lost it.
Ah, okay.
And then I want to add to that, I think, and I have the utmost, as joking as we are through this thing, I have the utmost respect for the veterinarians, obviously, but I think you guys have, these incredible decision-making skills because, you are the problem solvers and you have to, diagnose these cases. Obviously, you have huge compassion, not just for the animals, but for the people. And that, comes across in how the veterinarians treat the students. From what I've seen with the vets that I work with is I actually really think they like to teach. They like to explain situations, explain all of the stuff that they're doing, not just to the clients, but again, that translates into academia and teaching the students. So, overall, I think they're very natural leaders, not just in the clinics, but also in programs for all of these obvious reasons. And it also makes sense to have them running a vet tech program because legally and AVMA wise, we can't run it without them. So my hat's to you, you are needed.
All right. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can. So move on to the next one. I think we've got another poll.
What
And
does
then
a veterinary
Jess,
technician
you can share
bring
that,
to
you
the
can
ring?
screenshot the results.
So type in a word, what does the veterinary technician bring to the ring as a program director?
And then type them in, and I think Jess will screenshot and share it. So while we're waiting, position within the community, respect within the field. Sarah says these are true, but all technicians have all of these too. I'm a vet, associate program director. Culture needs to change in vet medicine. I 100% agree.
Yes.
I think people need to realize the worth that technicians bring to the field and realize that we have a job too. It's not all about the vet. All right, so type in your one-word answers and then we'll screen share the results. The word cloud.
Are we ready, Jess, to do the word cloud?
We've got some in, but it looks like there might be more coming in. Let's share what we've got. All right, I'll take down your screen share, Jim, and then when I'm done sharing, you'll have to bring yours back up.
Great.
Experience.
Aha.
Accountability, profession, these are great. Versatility, competency, passion. These are some great ones.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
All right, Jim, you'll go back and share. There you go.
Okay. So let's look at the next slide here. This is what Jen and I decided the veterinary technician brings to the ring. Jen, you want to talk to that?
Yeah. So, in my humble opinion, you know, who better to train vet techs than vet techs themselves? I think we understand what our role and what our job is better. You know, one of the things Jim and I talked about is they really don't do a great job in the vet schools in training the new veterinarians on how to utilize their support staff. So I think that, you know, that we have a much better understanding on what we can bring to the field and to the program, because we've all gone through the programs. We understand the program, we understand the curriculum, we know what our students are going through. We have drive, we have tenacity. You know, we're wanting to improve ourselves. I think that as technicians, we kind of, at least, and I could be wrong, but at least kind of in my opinion, it's almost kind of that underdog that we always feel like we're having to fight for more recognition, more pay. So we're really, you know, we've got that drive. We really want to succeed. We want to have good outcomes because we see students as kind of, you know, this mirror of ourselves, and we want them, you know, Beth Anne was talking about wanting to see her students out there and attending lectures or attending conferences and having them, seeing them speaking and teaching. And I think that's such an amazing thing. And I get so excited when I see my own students succeeding in this field and going out and doing great things. We tend to work well with others, you know, just because we are, you know, we're part of a team, not just, you know, student and teacher and faculty, but in the clinics, obviously we're part of a huge healthcare team. So I think those are all super important things. Things that Jim and I kind of decided as a whole, you know, obviously we have to have good patients for our patients. But also, I mean, we've all dealt with those students that just want to make you tear your hair out. And we have to have, particularly as program directors and educators, we have to have patients with them. You have to respect both your students and your faculty. Obviously, you have to have integrity. Learnability, we always are, again, striving to learn something. We have to be resilient and you have to be self-aware. So these are all, we think, some important strengths that technicians bring to the table. And Jim?
Indeed. And, you know, I think I was going to do this a little bit later, Jen, but I want to throw the gamut down to veterinarians that are program directors. Are you willing to step down to let a technician step up to be program director? I'm going to challenge you to do that. I have been in 3 different AVMA accredited programs, and my partner in crime in all 3 programs was an amazing, awesome veterinary technician. And in all 3 programs, I stepped down to do teaching full-time to allow a veterinary technician to step up to leadership big time. And I know Laurie Francis is here today in Michigan. And Laurie, I remember when we first did that, there was a veterinarian at another school in Michigan whose name shall remain nameless, who chewed us out at an AVTE meeting. She could not believe that I had stepped down to let you step up to leadership. Again, it's like, golly, let's get this thing right. Technicians can be great leaders of programs. And I'm just going to challenge veterinarians. Are you willing to step down to let the leadership step up that is a technician working with you so you can do other things for the program that you're well equipped to do? I'm just going to challenge you to think about that. So, didn't know I was going to throw that in there, but I decided to throw it in there, Jen. So anyway, let's move forward. Okay, it's going to be another poll, and type in one word, qualities of an excellent program director. Type one word. What's the most ideal quality of a program director? And
I'm going
we'll
to share my screen for you now, Jim, so you can see them as they pop up.
Oh, wonderful. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
so working for Jess, so she's going to control she'll have all the power.
I like it.
Oops,
God.
I'm sorry.
We get to see the word
mean,
cloud.
God bless Jess. Yes, God bless Jess.
Here we are. Right? This is the right one? Yes.
We can't see it.
There we go.
There you go.
All right. Leadership.
Jess, can you just share the whole, share to the whole screen?
I tried and it disappeared on me.
Oh,
Never
mind.
We'll work with what we got.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that.
No worries.
And look at that, leadership. Absolutely. We got to have good leaders as directors.
I love how it keeps changing as more people are making comment or, putting in their words and stuff. It's really amazing to see what people are thinking are strong traits.
Awesome. Well, this is good. This is good. I'm going to get back to sharing my screen here. Okay, so once again, and Jen, we didn't have leadership in there, but that's so important.
Yeah.
Again, motivation is important, empathy is important. Definitely a team builder, whether it's a veterinarian or a technician, has to be a team builder because we need to model to our students what it is to have the veterinary healthcare team, not just a veterinarian. Sadly, that's what vet schools are teaching their doctors. They don't have a clue what the team is all about. And I'm kind of after the vet schools to get it together on that. But anyway, I like this, not afraid to take on challenges, organized, hard worker. Any thoughts, Jen?
Yeah, the one that really strikes out besides, and again, I can't believe we forgot leadership. Motivator. I mean, you have to be there, particularly right now with the whole COVID, situation, is we're having to motivate the students because things are all wackadoodle and trying to, keep them going when you're, doing online education, which they, most of them did not sign up for. But then also motivating your instructors who may be stuck working from home or, working, 60 hours for 40 hours of pay. So we kind of, we're the cheerleaders of the program and really trying to keep, both students and faculty, excited and going. Some of the comments that are coming in, on the chat box is, team awareness and cooperation, communication, huge. We come in and a lot of us tend to be very, type A personalities, and not everyone is very warm and fuzzy, but, you have to be empathetic. You have to kind of be, that shoulder to cry on for the students. I mean, I have Kleenex, and I can't tell you how many students have just sobbed in my office, and mine call me, as a joke, they call me Mama Jen, because I tend to be, more of the mom in the program, and I'm the one that they come to, when the boyfriend breaks up with them or they failed the class and they, they don't have a good support system and they just need a shoulder to cry on. Although, albeit now it's 6 feet away, but. But we're not afraid to take on challenges. I think that's why we all got into this, this field, and, we enjoy the teaching and we enjoy the challenges that teaching gives us. And as program directors, it's even heavier on our shoulders, because not only are we also educators, but we're also administrators as well.
And Jen, I like Catherine's comment here in chat. So many good points. Drafting my resignation letter now.
Yeah. And I think, well, I'll wait till you go on to the next slide and then I'll give my other opinions.
So we have really had an interesting series of word clouds here. So who won the fight? Survey says And there's another poll everywhere coming up here. We'll come back to this picture in a minute. Survey says the veterinarian or the veterinary technician. Who won?
I've got you, Jim. Here we go. Ready?
Dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun.
All right.
And there.
Wow.
Hey.
Holy moly.
I love it.
See, I was not, to be honest, I was not expecting that. I thought there'd be a little bit more of a balance. Wow, you guys, that's awesome.
And once again, I throw down the challenge to any veterinarian to step down so that your technician can step up. I did it 3 times, and I'm proud of doing that for 3 times because I had awesome partners in crime who could step up and run a tremendous directorship. So you can do that also. So I love it. 81%. Love it, love it, love it. So anyway, shall we, let me go back to my other slide here, Jen.
There was a question about, as a retiring PD, bringing in a new one and kind of mentorship. And I think the longer, at least in my opinion, the longer you can kind of get them trained and let them shadow you and really get a good kind of overview of the job, the better, because it's a really hard job to learn. And I've mentored new PDs. I love doing it. And I think the more interaction and time you guys can spend so they can see all aspects of it, because if you just take like a week's chunk, that's not going to give you a broad overview of what the job entails. So
I love these pictures.
yeah, that's my favorite t-shirt, and I'm really sad that there's a hole in it and I need to find it again, but it's my "Don't Make Me Use My Program Director" voice. So I just want to say in closing that both veterinarians and technicians, I mean, both of our jobs out in the field are unique, but yet similar. And both people bring so much to the table. Leadership skills are probably the most vital for the role of PD. And without having good leadership and some of the traits that we talked about today, you really can't be a successful program director. But I don't think you're also going to have a successful program or happy and successful students without it. You also want to make sure that your faculty is feeling supported and that they're having good job satisfaction. So doing as much as you can to recognize the importance of both the veterinarian, if they happen to fall under your role, and then also your faculty that are technicians as well. So everybody needs to be bolstered. Everybody needs to be shown that they're vital and important to the program.
Indeed, indeed. All right.
Jen, you did have one question under the question and answer section by
Yeah.
Janet. It says, I am a CVT director of the program. My biggest worry is that CVTEA wants directors to be limited to 10 hours of teaching without doing overload. How do we get the pay for what we are worth?
Ooh, wow, that's a tough one. I mean, I think showing showing them kind of our roles and really putting down how much the importance that we have, looking at the requirements that CVT puts upon us as program directors, really kind of tooting your own horn and saying, you know what, this is what I'm worth. CVTEA puts out the salaries and shows you kind of all the variances. I think that's some good kind of ammunition to go in. Jim, do you have anything on that?
I love our CVTEA folks. They are former program directors, which I think is awesome, and credentialed technicians. I just sometimes get concerned that we get so overly regulated that we don't give space for the individual programs to do what they have to do to get the job done well. And sometimes I think we just can't over-regulate it. And that's in my own 2 cents worth, my humble opinion. And I just get a little bit concerned. It's a different regulatory time than 30 years ago. And it's harder, I think, to dot all the I's and cross all the T's than it ever was before. And that makes it hard for the program directors, especially if the technicians want to make the salary as a program director. So yeah, I hope that there's some lightening up of some of this area at the CVTEA arena, which segues us into the next topic coming soon today.
Yeah, and Evelyn said as a technician, my PD salary is great, but for a DVM, it's tends to be a little bit lower, and I have to agree on that. I as a program director, I make significantly more than what I could make is if I was still in private practice. Plus, man, I'm long in the tooth. I'm pushing 50 this year, and there's no way I can't be out doing horses and cattle anymore on a full-time basis. So much happier to be in the classroom. Any last questions? You guys were amazing. So I hope you kind of enjoyed that. We really, you know, again, we wanted to make this fun and you know, kind of look at everything. And so I hope you guys really enjoyed this, you youngsters.
Any final thoughts, Jen?
No, well, so stick around because there's going to be a big panel discussion that everybody I think is looking forward to. So what time are we due back, Miss Jess?
I would say 12.
Wow, we're doing well.
We've got a couple of minutes, 12 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so bathroom and snack break. Thanks, you guys.
Great job, Jen.
You too.
Hi, everyone. So before we begin with our panel, unless Todd, did you want to do the introduction?
No, I just wanted to say hi, Jess.
Oh, hi, Todd. We have a short video from our presenting sponsor, NAVTA, that if you were here last time, you saw that the first time I tried to do that didn't go so well. So hopefully, let's, fingers crossed. Yes. All right. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Tammy Eggy. I am very happy to be with you today. I know many of you, and I'm very familiar with AVTE, having spoken here a few times at this conference. For those of you who don't know me, I am a certified veterinary technician and have a master's degree in animal behavior analysis and counseling from the American College of Applied Science. I worked 14 years as a lead technician at Shippensburg Animal Hospital, which is about midway between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in South Central Pennsylvania. For the past 10 years, I've worked as an assistant professor at Wilson College and their veterinary nursing program. I teach a variety of classes, including disease and nutrition, laboratory animal science, clinical practices, and clinical experience. Teaching at Wilson was very much a homecoming for me, as it is where I earned my Bachelor's of Science in Veterinary Medical Technology in 1994. Just like all of you, I love academia. That's why I jumped at the chance to be the chair of NAVTA's Student Chapter Committee, which we affectionately call SCNAVTA. Being chair allows me to combine my love of academia with my love of veterinary technology to help shape the future of this wonderful profession. NAVTA currently has 96 student chapters across the United States. These chapters enable students to experience the responsibilities that go along with being a member of a profession and its related association. These responsibilities include planning activities like promoting veterinary technology, giving back to the community through volunteer efforts, holding an elected office, and setting and staying within the parameters of a budget. Clearly, involvement in these activities fosters the development of leaders within our profession. And that development would not be possible without the guidance, care, and leadership of outstanding volunteer chapter advisors. Advisors are people just like you and I, veterinary technician professionals who love this profession, who want to help shape its future, who want to give back to the next generation to help ensure their success. Each year, NAVTA recognizes the outstanding work of its SCNAVTA advisors by sponsoring the SCNAVTA Advisor of the Year Award. Now we know every advisor works hard and does great work, but this is where we ask the students in the chapters to nominate their advisor. So this award is extra special in that respect. The criteria to be nominated for the Advisor of the Year award include: the advisor has been instrumental in promoting veterinary technology to the students, the advisor demonstrates dedication to the student chapter, the advisor motivates and supports the students in the chapter, and the advisor demonstrates leadership and is a good role model for the students. This year's winner far exceeds all those requirements and more. As the students wrote in their nomination, Tiffany Pope, a licensed veterinary technician and registered assistant laboratory animal technician, is a woman who encourages everyone to be their best and asks nothing in return. Tiffany is a wonderful educator, leader, and role model to many students. She is highly skilled, licensed veterinary technologist with many certifications. As an instructor for the Texas A&M University Kingsville Veterinary Technologist Program, she teaches future veterinary technologists the professional way to assess the health and well-being of animals. Tiffany regularly involves her students in NAVTA and the veterinary profession, from sending the latest articles and participating in community events to simply encouraging them to be active members in this and other professional organizations. Tiffany's passion and leadership inspires all students to be active and enthusiastic members. The students also wrote that Tiffany helps the chapter executive board stay on track with their mission, tasks, and responsibilities, and that whenever a question or concern arises, she is there to help guide and support their decision. Not only has Tiffany shared her professional knowledge with her students, but her professional life is one that students look to emulate as they begin their careers out in the real world. Under Tiffany's leadership, the student chapter is very involved with the local community, including hosting a veterinary science practice competition for high schools, which has steadily grown over the years and helps expose teenagers to our great profession. The students closed their nomination by citing Tiffany's use of tricks, activities, and even stuffed plush parasites as examples of her enthusiasm for the profession and, more importantly, the students' success. On behalf of the entire NAVTA Executive Board, I am proud to award the 2019-2020 SCNAFTA Advisor of the Year Award to Tiffany Pope of Texas A&M University, Kingsville. Tiffany, you have not only taught your students the skills needed to become credentialed technicians, but shown them that the professionalism and leadership skills needed for their future success. Thank you and congratulations.
All right, hands it over to Jen.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, Tiffany. All right, so I'm very excited for this Q&A roundtable discussion. So I would like to introduce our CVTEA members, and then there's also staff in attendance as well, but let me introduce the three members first. Dr. Kelly Black is a graduate of Oklahoma State University College of Veterinary Medicine. He's worked in the Dallas area in small animal practice since graduation and has taught at Cedar Valley College since 2004. He currently serves as the chair of the AVMA CVTEA. Dr. Susan Bull is a small animal practitioner in Asheville, North Carolina area. She graduated from North Carolina State University College of Veterinary Medicine in 1994, and she's been on CVTEA since 2016, representing these state boards. She currently holds the position of president of North Carolina Veterinary Medical Board, and she also serves on the leadership committee for AAVSB. She is a mother of three and married to an attorney for 31 years, has one dog, one cat, one grandcat, and oh my goodness, 20 plus outdoor pond fish. Tracy Blaise, and I hope I said that right. Tracy Blaise, BS, CVT, and Masters in Ed, is a Massachusetts certified veterinary technologist, senior lecturer, and internship coordinator at the veterinary technology program at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She's the former program chair of Mount Ida College of Veterinary Technology program and has been teaching for over 25 years. She currently serves as the vice chair of the CVTEA Committee on Veterinary Technician Education and Activities and is the CVTEA representative to the AVMA and NAVTA Leadership Committee. She also serves on the Massachusetts Veterinary Technician Association Legislative Committee. Tracy is the mother of two, married for 30 years, and has one rescue dog. And the staff that's in attendance is Julie Horvath, Rachel Valentine, Laura Lean, and Dr. Paula Parker. And I will send it over to you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. We appreciate that. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for attending today. We already have introductions out of the way, so I think we're ready to go on to the next slide. I think
Right. Thank you, Dr. Black. Yeah. Want to give everybody a little bit of an overview of our session today. And actually in the first half, we're going to cover some of the top line results from the recent CVTA Program Director Survey. We're going to cover some of the key elements in the committee's COVID policy and highlight some aspects of the standards that have been updated that will become relevant in the coming months. And then we're also going to walk through some of the changes to the accreditation status definitions in our most recent release of the PMP, which was in July. We will then talk through some questions. Some of these have been submitted in advance, so we will be addressing those first. If you do have questions as the presentation moves along, please type those into the Q&A box and we'll do our best to cover those. And then finally, Julie will talk you guys through some of the key reminders for the upcoming 2021 year. Very good. Next slide.
Okay, great. Actually, we'd like to start by introducing our newest team member, and it is Dr. Paula Parker. Dr. Parker and her husband, who is also a veterinarian, just came over from Australia to join our team. And she started back in January 21st. And we'd just like to give you, there's a little bit of background on the slide about Dr. Parker, but I also wanted to mention that she received her Bachelor of Veterinary Science from the University of Queensland, her Master of Veterinary Clinical Studies and Postgraduate Certificate in Veterinary Clinical Studies from Murdoch University, and her MBA from the Australian Institute of Business. A little bit about Dr. Parker, she has a cavoodle named Okie Dokie. And as part of our AVMA onboarding process, we like to ask people, what did you do when you were younger that got you into trouble? And she reported that she and her cousins used to trespass and climb over her Nana's fence and climb the mango trees and steal the mangoes off the tree. And luckily, Nana was very understanding and didn't press any charges. So we'd like to welcome Dr. Parker. We're very thrilled to have her on our team and with the AVMA. Next slide.
Good morning. This slide represents a snapshot of the 2020 survey results that program directors completed. Overall, as was mentioned in our last presentation, there are 211 accredited programs. We have 15 programs that are developing. They're in the application process for initial accreditation. And there are 2 programs that are on terminal accreditation due to voluntary closure. In 2019-2020 academic year, there were almost 35,000 students enrolled in associate degree programs and 1,900 students in baccalaureate degree programs. In 2019, there were over 5,800 new technicians that graduated from associate's degree programs and 344 from bachelor's degree programs. You'll be able to visit the CVTA website to view and download the full survey results. And there's additional information included in those survey results for programs, on students, on program directors, and also program personnel demographics and other stats. And one data point that is included in the survey that relates to our last presentation by Jen and Dr. Hurrell is that 43% of program directors are veterinary technicians and 56% are veterinarians. Momentarily, we'll share in the chat box the web link for these current and also past CVTA survey results.
Okay, the other thing we wanted to cover off on this morning was aspects of the CVTA's COVID-19 policy. And we really all appreciate your flexibility in working with the committee on this. So we wanted to make sure, firstly, you've had an opportunity to check out the policy online, and we wanted to highlight a couple of particular parts of the policy for you this morning. So first part about the essential skills. So CVTA still requires all students complete all essential skills, and I guess particular attention to the skills that are italicized and marked by an asterisk. And CVTA will be reviewing this policy at the upcoming fall meeting. And we'll communicate any changes that the committee makes to you directly, and then it will also be uploaded on the website. The other part of this with the essential skills we wanted to make sure we brought to your attention is the method to assist with skill completion with the skill assessment by attestation, and just making sure that you combine that with a summative assessment that's by program personnel. Quite a few programs have moved to video assessment or face-to-face assessment at off-campus sites. And we just wanted to make sure that if you're doing those changes, to report them via the COVID-19 substantive change reporting form. The other thing the committee has done is delayed the implementation date to Standard 11D, which relates to the VTNE. And if we come back to that COVID-19 substantive change report, so thank you all so much for all of the substantive change that you submitted earlier in the year. We know that took time out of your very busy day, and we really appreciate that. And quite a few people have updated that form with their plans for the fall, and we're thankful for that as well. So if any of you have made changes for the fall, if you wouldn't mind filling out that form and sending it along. And just a reminder that that form is to report temporary COVID-related changes to the committee. If you're considering making some changes permanent, then you want to make sure that you use the regular substantive change reporting process. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to Julie or one of our other team members. Lastly, with site visits, at this point we're scheduling our site visits as we normally would, and they've got an 8-week decision point leading up to site visits. So I'd say most people who have had site visits have either heard from us or shortly will for the rest of this year. And the committee is going to review that aspect of the policy at the upcoming fall meeting. And again, we'll make sure that you're provided with information about that as soon as possible, and we'll provide that communication directly to you, and it will also be uploaded to the website. I think we can move on to our next slide.
As programs have made adjustments this year in response to COVID, we thought it might be a very good opportunity to discuss the definitions of must, should, and may in the PMP. In must, it indicates an imperative need, duty, or requirement, an essential or indispensable item. There's no wiggle room where the PMP says must. Should indicates the recommended and highly desirable manner in which to attain the standard. So generally, the committee expects that programs will comply with should statements in the PMP, and if you don't, then the committee expects you to have a documented basis for the alternative path that you have chosen. For example, the inclusion of 224 hours of practical experience in the PMP is a should requirement. And lastly is may. This indicates freedom or liberty to follow a suggested alternative. Next slide.
Another aspect of the standards we wanted to bring to your attention was the committee's consideration of requiring rabies vaccination in Standard 4E. We wanted to take the opportunity today to talk through the committee's thought process for including this provision in the standard. As you're aware, the CVTEA has required programs to have a rabies policy in place for some time. However, the committee has become increasingly concerned with the number of unvaccinated students, the number of instances where students are exposed to random source animals, both as part of the core curriculum and at practical experiences, and internship sites that may not be aware of a student's rabies vaccination status. In other words, we have been concerned about rabies risk management at CVTA accredited programs. Next slide. When considering this change, the committee considered the likelihood of veterinary technicians being exposed to rabies from owned animals, random source animals, and wildlife, and the consequences for veterinary technicians of rabies exposure in circumstances where the exposure is known, and particularly in circumstances where the exposure is unknown. Next slide, please. The committee considered what impact requiring vaccination would have on the consequences of known and unknown rabies exposure. First and foremost, rabies is a deadly disease, and pre-exposure vaccination can be life-saving. Both the CDC and the National Association of State Public Health Veterinarians recommend pre-exposure prophylaxis for all veterinarians, veterinary technicians, and veterinary support staff, as we are in the frequent risk group with regard to rabies exposure. Pre-exposure vaccination can have a significant impact on the consequences of unknown rabies exposure or where knowledge of the exposure is delayed. For example, exposures of veterinary teams have occurred where animals have presented with atypical neurological signs and only been found to be rabid later in the diagnostic process. Or shelter animals have subsequently been found to be rabid during the recovery from a surgical procedure. While pre-exposure vaccination doesn't negate the need for additional post-exposure vaccination in cases of known exposures, it does reduce the number of required doses and eliminates the need for post-exposure immunoglobulin treatment. This analysis led the committee to support the requirement for vaccination, as it is the most effective method to reduce student safety consequences for rabies exposure. In consideration of this change, the committee did discuss at length the barriers to vaccination, and cost was seen as the most significant barrier. While the CVTA is sensitive to the cost implications to the student, the committee's first priority is the safety of the students. Of the programs that currently require students to be vaccinated for rabies, there are a number of initiatives the committee is aware of to assist students with the financial burden. For example, some programs include vaccination and the cost of tuition, and students can use financial aid to cover the cost. Other programs have used foundation funds to cover the cost of vaccination. Programs include the likely cost of rabies vaccination and the information to prospective students, and see this as part of the cost of gaining a veterinary technician education. If you haven't already, it'd be helpful to the committee if you would respond to the request for stakeholder feedback. Next slide.
Okay, moving on to other aspects of the standards, we wanted to draw your attention to the requirements for standard 8A for program personnel to student ratios. The implementation deadline for this was the 1st of this month, so program directors will be asked to self-report your compliance with this standard. And just so that you're aware, CVTA does not currently accept student workers or teaching assistants as counting toward the program personnel for these ratios. Next slide.
Sorry about that. You may have noticed in the latest edition of the PMP, the committee has made several changes to the accreditation status definition. First most, the definition of probationary accreditation is no longer classified as an adverse decision. An adverse decision in the past meant that that status could be appealed. The new procedure is in place to ask the committee to reconsider the status of accreditation. However, it will not be part of the appeals process. Secondly, the committee created an involuntary terminal status. This status was assigned to a program on probationary status that fails to make the necessary corrections within the 2-year probationary period. And by assigning the involuntary terminal status rather than immediately withdrawing accreditation, the committee wants to make sure that currently enrolled students are protected from graduating from an unaccredited program. Next slide.
Okay, so now we will talk through some of the questions that have already been submitted in advance and answer questions that may have been put through in the chat. So next slide. Or do we have more? Yeah, okay.
I think we're just on the question slide.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all right. I think this one's yours, Tracy.
Tracy with the knots test.
Okay. Yes, there
Sorry,
was a
Rachel.
question about why we decided to change the knots test or add it back into an individual skill as opposed to a group skill. And this skill was changed to be in line with the American Heartworm Society's recommendation. So if you check out if you go on to the American Heartworm Society website, and you check out the canine, the latest heartworm guidelines, you will find, and I'll read you a quick excerpt just so that you know where we're coming from. They state it's now recommended that microfilaria testing be done in tandem with antigen testing. It's come to light that some dogs infected with heartworms, in some dogs infected with heartworms, antigen blocking, presumably from antigen antibody complex, may lead to false negative antigen test results. And these dogs will be antigen negative and possibly microfilaria positive. So now they recommend that all dogs be tested for microfilaria. They give, their reasons for it, and then they state that for more accurate results, a concentration technique like modified knots should be used to determine the absence or presence of microfilaria, and that the modified knots test remains the preferred method for observing morphology and measuring body dimensions to differentiate D. immitis from non-pathogenic filarial species. So you can certainly find out more information by logging on to the American Heartworm Society website.
Okay, thanks, Tracy. The next question that we had, this came up a couple different times in pre-submitted questions, was if we were planning on removing or would we remove the requirement for a cattle chute from the program requirements. So our thinking on this is that we expect veterinary technician students to graduate with the capability to work with multiple different species. Cattle chute is a key piece of equipment and a key skill or process that technicians should understand, the method of restraint and safety aspects when they're working with cattle. The definitions listed in Appendix H state a cattle chute is a restraint device whereby the animal's head is fixed and the back and sides are closed to allow safe examination and treatment of the patient. This definition was written to allow for a wide variety of restraint device models and also to continue to focus on students and personnel safety while working with a variety of breeds and sizes of cattle. So that is our thinking behind that. And at this time, there's no intention to change that. Okay, I think the next one is back to you, Tracy.
Okay, so this was about the faculty requirement for one full-time credentialed graduate of a CVTEA accredited program. So the committee feels it's an important aspect of educating students in a professional environment. And the implementation deadline for this is not until September of 2021. And we recommend that you update your progress towards this in your interim reports. And if you have a particular challenge, you have the option of petitioning the committee through an agenda requisition available from Julie. The committee requires that program personnel be defined by Standard 10E, evaluate essential skills. And it is the purview of the program to ensure that the program personnel evaluating the skills have the appropriate qualifications and expertise to do so. I think that back to you, Dr. Black.
Okay, thank you. Our next question was if programs were still allowed to have site visit observers. And yes, it is definitely still possible to have observers on a site visit. The program and the CVTA both have to approve any observers. So if there's anybody that's outside the program that wants to sit in, they have to be approved by both sides. The outline of criteria and requirements is listed in Section 6 of the Policy and Procedures Manual. And if you have more specific questions about what is allowed there, please reach out with Julie and contact her. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you. And then the next was about the substantive change process. The time for a substantive change process to occur depends on the type of substantive change request, the timing of the request relative to the CVTEA meeting, and the details in the request. So to smooth this process as much as possible, it's a good idea to submit well in advance of when you're planning to make the change, and to be as thorough as possible in your submission, and for each standard, identify the impact, if any, on a standard compliance, and how you intend to ensure ongoing standard compliance with that change. So you can consult with CVTEA staff regarding your deadline if you're unsure. Back to you, Dr. Black.
Okay, I think that was all of our pre-submitted questions. So we can go to some that are popping up in chat.
I'll try, there's some coming up in chat and some coming up in the question and answer area. So I'll try and catch them all and put them out in the order received. So one of the first questions we got was if there is a change in the number of internship hours due to COVID, we should submit a substantive change report. Is that correct? And I could take this one. You do need to, if it's a change related to COVID, then you will use the COVID specific substantive change report. If the program has decided to permanently change the number of internship or externship hours, then you will proceed with using just a regular substantive change report. And both of those, you could all just email me for links to either of those. Okay, then the next question that are popping up is, due to financial issues of many institutions due to COVID, do you foresee more programs possibly closing? So that's a great question. I'd like to push that one over to a staff, to Rachel, perhaps Laura to take.
Sure. We have heard from programs that budgets are very tight. Obviously, it's probably impacting enrollment in higher ed across the country, and certainly with programs. However, to my knowledge, we are not aware of programs closing due to COVID yet. So I don't know what will happen 6 months from now or a year from now, but at least as it stands now, we aren't aware of that. Lauren, do you have a different thought on that?
No, I don't have anything additional. I haven't heard of any programs that are imminently expecting to close.
Okay, And I'm looking for some questions in the chat, and I apologize because everything is rotating down. But let me take this other one from the Q&A area. Question is about site visits. Sometimes there appears to be some inequities on site visit teams. I would like to know what CVTA is doing to ensure that all programs are being evaluated, the standardized criteria during these visits. So that's a great question. I'd like to turn that one over to Laura and Rachel as well, again, as staff members for that.
I'm happy to start. I don't know if particularly what the inequalities are being referenced. I think actually CVTA has become much more standardized in their review of programs. It's an effort that we do a lot of training with our committee members, with our site teams as well. I think it's an effort that we have to address with every site visit and with new committee members coming on. I don't know if Laura has any other thoughts, or Dr. Parker.
Or, you know, the ultimate decision is made by the committee, and the site teams are actually the eyes and the ears for the committee itself, to be on ground to look at what's happening. And when the committee gets together to review the report of evaluation and any other information that is submitted, they do their best to be as consistent as possible. And so a committee of 20 that only has turnover every couple of years, or major changeover every couple of years, provides a lot of consistency to the process. And they always strive to do so.
And there's a question going back to the rabies topic. It has to do with the cost of the rabies vaccine. And does CVTA consider the impact that might have on students and on enrollment and in programs in general? So Tracy, would you like to take that one?
Yes, I mean, that's why, you know, we definitely have had quite a few conversations about that. I mean, we're always worried about student safety. That's always number one. But then, of course, comes the issue of cost. And, you know, as I said, there are several different ways that different programs have handled that to try to, you know, lessen that impact on the students. But really, it's about safety. And hopefully, it doesn't come down to closing a program. I mean, ultimately, we're trying to keep the students safe. You know, there's probably a liability issue in terms of, you know, if a student was to get bit by a rabid animal, could they sue the school over that? You know, so there's lots of considerations that we talked about and discussed. So yes, we realize that the cost is an issue, but, you know, rabies vaccination is something that's going to protect your students ultimately.
Okay, and then we have a question regarding, it's a skills question. It's regarding why are we still teaching hand processing of radiographic film? We see fewer and fewer hospitals even use film radiography at all. Laura, would you like to take this one? Because I believe there's been a change to that skill recently, or not too recent past.
So the committee changed the requirement for radiographic imaging to creating a radiographic image and not the emphasis on film. Film processors are no longer required. Film is not required, a required piece of equipment either. So the focus now is on producing a radiographic image of diagnostic quality.
And we have another question. It's kind of related to the skills. How quickly do you evaluate and phase out skills as new technologies appear? I'm thinking specifically about the new SediVue urine sediment machine, the new fecal reading machine that I've heard of that takes samples in and just runs the test as a whole. I could take a little bit, I can respond to that one, is that CVTEA cyclically reviews the standards and the skills. Actually, the standards every 5 years on a rotating basis, and for skills every 3 years. And every time the skill or standard is up for review, we send out a stakeholder feedback survey to all the program directors, and we encourage you to forward that to your faculty members, to your program advisory committee. And if you want to involve some student members who happen to be on your program advisory committee, that's welcome too. at any moment in time, you can also just drop us an email about a particular skill or a standard and say, this is our feedback. And we do collect it and we do keep it and we do make sure that the committee views that. Okay. So here's a question though, but I'm not sure if we can answer it. It has to do with VTNE data from AAVSB and that a lot of scores have not been received yet. So I do know that the fall reports to programs were due back in September 10th. We are aware that a lot of schools just simply did not have their score reports in yet. And so you simply, once they are received, all you simply need to do is email an addendum to your report, email them directly to me, and we will upload them over to you in Armature. Okay, let me take a look back here. And I apologize if I'm missing any questions on the chat. There's a lot of commentary back and forth regarding the rabies requirement. If I have missed your question, please repost it in the Q&A section. Okay, here's a question again regarding rabies. What are the provisions for immunocompromised students who cannot receive the rabies vaccine? Will there be a waiver process or will CVT be looking at this as a required policy across the board? Tracy, would you like to address that?
I mean, you know, I think the board would have to discuss that a little further, but honestly, if the doctor of the particular student says that they're not allowed to get the vaccine, then obviously we would have to follow the recommendations of their doctor, I would assume.
If I could, Tracy, I would add that CVTA would then expect that student to be protected by the program from handling animals with unvaccination or that are not vaccinated or unknown history. So it would be up to the program to protect that unvaccinated student.
Yeah, and I see some questions asking if this is already in place. This is something that we are discussing and sending out for feedback right now. So if you all have feedback, please provide that to the committee so we can evaluate that before this goes into effect.
Because I saw some commentary that there was a suggestion about making rabies vaccine required before exposure to animals, as opposed to right at the beginning of the program, which may allow for some who may decide to drop that the profession is just not for them. And there's also a question regarding if the change were to occur regarding the rabies vaccine, what would be the date of compliance? So Dr. Parker, would you like to take that one? Or would you like Rachel or Laura?
Oh, I can take that one, Julie. Certainly that date of compliance is something that the committee has on their agenda to discuss for the upcoming meeting. They were, I guess, really looking for feedback, you know, from educators and members of the community about how people felt about that change. And they are sensitive to cost being a barrier, but as people have said, safety is their first priority. So that compliance date is on their agenda to discuss. So if you have a particular request or a recommendation, then we'd recommend that you submit that with your feedback as well.
And continuing along the lines with rabies, Dr. Parker, would you like to give us a little bit of an overview of like risk mitigation regarding the rabies topic?
Sure. Julie, I'm not sure if we've got any slides still at the end of the presentation about this, but when the committee discussed looking at how we're doing rabies risk management, and that I guess generally we felt that there was a focus on what the likelihood of rabies risk was in a particular area, and looking at data from, you know, the local agriculture department, or what the US equivalent of the ag department is called. I still have my Aussie terms that come out straight away. But looking at the data that they give you in terms of your local risk. And I guess the committee was sort of increasingly concerned that that likelihood risk may apply to the immediate local area, but that students were often traveling further afield for practical experiences, and also the interstate movement of students post-graduation. So there were things that we really talked about in terms of likelihood. And as Tracy mentioned earlier, being concerned about exposure to random source animals and exposure to wildlife as well. So sometimes we found there could be a focus on what the exposure status of owned animals is, and just making sure that we're thinking about the whole population of animals. And then the other part the committee considered, and this is kind of a common thing when you look at risk management in lots of areas, is that people are good at assessing what are the things that I can do to reduce the chance of this happening, but kind of allowing your mind to go into that space where you say, well, what if it does happen? What are we doing to reduce the consequences of this happening should it do happen? And this is where lots of businesses fall down with risk management, because you've got to allow your mind into that place where the thing that I've not wanted to happen has happened. And that's where the committee went, look, really the best tool that we have for reducing the impact of students who have been exposed, and particularly unknown exposures. The committee certainly heard reports where students have had unknown exposures because they have been bitten by animals, but then have been reluctant to admit that they have been bitten because they've been embarrassed, and the risk that that may create around an unknown exposure to rabies. That's where the committee discussed, look, that's a really powerful tool by requiring pre-exposure vaccination to reduce the consequences if they are exposed.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Not seeing too many more. There's a lot of commentary regarding rabies. There's a couple questions about what does rabies cost, and will there be any consideration or waivers for international students in countries without rabies, perhaps even Hawaii, where there is no a rabies-free state. So staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the committee's in the period of collecting all this type of feedback. And that's exactly what we need to hear from this group, that give us the feedback, give us those thoughts, and it will be collected and summarized and provided to the CVTA at their November meeting.
Can I just say one more thing about the rabies issue as someone who works in a vet tech program? Our students are graduating and we don't know where they're going to go after graduation. And so you might be in a state right now that doesn't see any rabies cases, but you don't know if the students are leaving the state once they graduate from your program. So, try to set up students so that they're as prepared as possible. They're safe while they're at school, but then when they go out on their internship, for example, some of the sites might actually expect that the students have been vaccinated and maybe put them in harm's way because they just sort of expected they were already vaccinated. So it kind of works on many different levels, I think. And I also think veterinarians in the community who own practices would probably be very happy to know that the students who've graduated from your program are coming to them with already being vaccinated. So.
Okay, here's another question, switching a little bit of gears. It goes back to standard 8As for the ratios of instructors to student requirements for a full-time licensed veterinary technician. What if you're losing faculty due to COVID financial adjustments within the institution? Is this something that we can petition the CVTA for consideration? So I don't, Rachel or Laura, would you like to start on that one? I mean, I know at any time a petition information is always welcome, and we collect that and we do send it to the CVTA to determine whether it goes on the agenda or not. But if you have any additional thoughts, please provide them.
I think you covered it, Julie, and CVTA does try to consider special circumstances. In my experience with the committee, they don't make exceptions for individual programs. However, they may consider a change or to the timeline or a requirement in a standard or policy, but that would be based on gathering feedback and hearing about the impact on programs and how that may be a barrier for them to be compliant with a standard. So.
Okay, so I do see a question going back to skills. Is there's going to be a discussion regarding changing some cattle requirements, skills such as tail jacking and allowing tail vein venipuncture versus jugular. So again, this kind of goes back, I believe, to the skill review, is that it is cyclically done, and we have a review pattern for the skills. If something is critical that we have to look at a skill out of sequence, the committee will do so because they want to be flexible and they want to show contemporary merit for a skill in the PMP. So again, any type of skill change or concern that you might have, at the risk of the damage to my email inbox, you are again just encouraged just to send it to my attention, and it will get distributed and collected for the CBTA's consideration. Okay, and I see some more. We will be releasing, yes, there was a question regarding the feedback link for the rabies skill, and I can and I will resend to the program directors probably on Monday for you to fill that out. Okay, I'm not seeing anything additional at this time. There is a question, one more that came in. It says, if we have a 4-year program, can we open some courses in the vet technology pathway to other students, like animal science students? This is more about courses, not labs. So, Rachel, would you like to take on this one question? You're on mute, Rachel. No, you're still on mute. Okay. Do you want me to reread it?
Yes, please.
If we have a 4-year program, can we open some courses in vet technology pathway to other students, animal science students? This is more about courses, not labs.
You know, that's up to the institution, and in some regard, that would be outside the purview of CVTA unless it impacted the program in some way. And just thinking from the hip, I would think that it would impact ratios for instructor to students. It would impact potentially supplies, equipment, and animal resource numbers. So those are things CVTA will consider if there are students that are outside the program commingled. Laura may have another thought.
I do have one additional thought, is that if the enrollments in those programs become excessive, if it were to hinder the students in your program from being able to complete the program within the published time frame that's been published and promised to those students.
Okay, I see another question that came up regarding COVID-19 and how delivery of instruction is currently being offered and how the committee will view it going forward.
Can take that, Julie.
Okay.
Hi, Sue. Hope you're doing well. So we are reviewing this and trying to stay on top of it. We spent the majority of our last meeting just discussing this topic. So we're trying to monitor the situation and see what programs are able to do things in a more normal manner versus those that are having to do hybrid classes and all of that. So at this point, we're staying on top of it. It is a big discussion item for us. I don't know that we have a specific answer for you right now, but just wanted to let you know that we're monitoring that and trying to stay on top of it and seeing how it affects programs moving forward.
Okay, and we have actually another question that came in. Could you address the 10-hour teaching limit on load from CVTEA? Rachel, would you like to take that one?
Sure, I'll start, and then Dr. Parker or Laura can jump in. CVTA does not actually have a teaching cap on this. I know it was mentioned in the previous session. CVTA primarily looks at contact hours of program directors. So how much time are they spending with students? That includes advisement, certainly teaching in lab, teaching in lecture, It would also include time to do other things. So when we see teaching hours of the program directors getting to be a significant part of their week, the committee can become concerned that they may not have time to do the administrative things that are necessary to lead a program. And other, things that may impact that would be how much administrative support they have. Do they have good clerical support? We have program directors that are doing all of their clerical support. So it really depends on various programs. It varies from program to program. There's not a magic number. I think every program is reviewed individually to look at the workloads, not only of the program directors, but all the faculty, the teaching faculty as well. If we have teaching faculty in contact with students 36 hours a week, that means they have 4 hours, right, to work and develop a program curriculum. And that's, in my experience in the past, has been a big concern. So I hope I answered that. There is no 10-hour cap. Credit hours, again, it goes back to those contact hours. I hope that helps.
Okay, so there's one question that kind of came in regarding just like a petition to the CVTA, and what form do you use? And what you do is actually you do email me and I send you an agenda requisition, and that is completed and then submitted to me as well. So if it's a change regarding the faculty or a petition regarding the student to faculty ratios, or any other thing like, within the standard, you'll email me for the agenda requisition. Okay, so here's a question regarding, can a visiting international veterinarian sign off on skills if they are not currently licensed in the USA? And can they be counted towards instructor to student ratios in labs? Okay, so I believe that would be Rachel or Laura or Dr. Black to address that one.
So currently CVTA's requirement is that program personnel have to be evaluating students on their skills. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be a veterinarian or a veterinary technician. It should be somebody with the knowledge and clinical experience to evaluate that student. So there are requirements for having licensed veterinarians and credentialed technician numbers. However, as far as the evaluation of students, it's really up to the program or the college to determine who is appropriate to do that. And Laura, Paula, jump in there if I missed something with that.
I guess the only item is that is covered under Standard 10E. Once you have a chance to review that, if you have further questions, please feel free to reach out with additional questions.
So we have a question here. It's skills related again. For lab animal skills, getting access to species is limited. Laboratory animal facilities are not allowing students access, and practices that see these species won't let students complete the more invasive skills because these animals are already sick, and performing these skills pose an even greater risk to those patients. Can cadavers be utilized in these cases? So Laura, would you like to start with that one?
Sure. At this time, the committee has not allowed or switched to allowing cadavers to be used for essential skills. If the particular skill is being performed as a clinical veterinary technician on live animals, then the expectation is it's done on live animals. The only changes that have been made in essential skills is the attestation change, with the summative assessment being done by program personnel.
Can I add to that, Laura? Just in case anyone hasn't noticed, some of the lab animal skills have changed to mice or rats instead of just one species specifically. So some of that has changed recently, and that may make it a little bit easier for those of you that are trying to do this, although I'm not sure with this specific question whether it will or not, but be sure and check that, because some of the species have changed on that.
Thank you. So we also want to point out Nancy Gritman from the AAVSB. She just posted some very helpful information regarding the VTNE score reports in the chat area. So if you could please direct your attention to her reply, copy and paste it if you need it. Okay. I have another question here regarding skills evaluation. Why is it recommended that a licensed vet tech that hasn't graduated from an accredited vet tech program would not be allowed to evaluate skills if it is up to the college to determine who evaluates skills? So it's a skill assessment. Rachel, would you like to start with this one?
I can. I'm not exactly sure I understand the question completely. CVTA strongly encourages appropriate modeling of credentialed veterinary technicians who are graduate of programs. However, in the assessment of student skills, it would be up to the program. It might be a recommendation that they only have credentialed graduate technicians evaluating students, but I don't believe it's been a requirement. I don't know if anyone else has another comment to that.
I think you had covered that a little bit earlier, Rachel, that in some cases, as long as that individual has the knowledge and expertise in that area that they're assessing students and they meet the definition of program personnel, they can be used. We see this often with off-campus use for large animal teaching activities where you may have a herdsman or someone, say, at a university setting has animal science degrees that are absolutely qualified and have the expertise in those areas to assess students as long as they meet that definition of program personnel in Standard 10E.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything further come up. Any other questions out there? Would you like to put it in the question and answer area? Make sure I didn't miss anything. We have a general question. Is the AVMA still looking for additional members or staff, or were all your positions filled? We will be addressing that very shortly in a couple slides. So, any other questions? Okay, with that done, I think we'll do the next slide. Okay, just a couple of housekeeping things. The annual accreditation fee for 2021 will be $16.90, so it did go down a little bit from last year. We realize this is a moving target. And as we speak, the invoices are being uploaded to Armature under the Documents tab. I'm hoping they are all there by Tuesday. So don't go looking just yet. Give us a couple more days, Monday and Tuesday, to finish them, and then you can download them. In the email is a list of payment options for that fee. What we really actually like your feedback on is that we currently do not have an option for any online payment. However, if this will be a benefit to you, again, please email me and let me know. The more information we collect from you, we can take that over to the accounting people and they can see if they can make that happen. Along the lines too with Armature, as I know a lot of you have adjusted to completing your annual and biennial reports in there, and I really do thank you. I know it's sometimes been, I know for me personally, it's been a learning curve and it's been a challenge. And starting in 2021, we are slowly starting to implement self-study reports into Armature, right? And we do have a few guinea pigs out there already that are starting this for us. During the initial phases, we will still be requiring some paper copies as well as completing it in Armature, just to kind of give us a little bit of wiggle room to see how this transition occurs. Okay, so next slide. Oh, so this is to the question from earlier. We will in 2021 have 3 open positions. And the applications for this are not yet posted on the website, but it will be by December at the very latest. If you are interested in serving on CVTA, I can send you a very ugly job description about all the things that we make you do. And I know, Tracy, you're laughing at that because you know how, how much work we ask of CVTA members. It's not pretty. You know, we'll send you out to, you know, Nebraska in January, sometimes on a site visit, or we'll send people from, you know, one climate over to the West Coast. But it's a wonderful opportunity, and it is a peer review process. And these are your peers on CVTA. So we are really looking to this group to consider serving on CVTA. The positions that will be open is for a veterinary technician. And then there's also a position open for somebody representing veterinary state boards. And this position can be either a veterinarian or a veterinary technician. These two positions are actually selected by the CVTA selection committee. This is a new committee. It consists of 5 people. And the nominations for this will be due February 5th of 2021. There's also a position open for a public member. Now, the public member is actually selected by the committee themselves. But if you happen to have a superstar public member on your advisory committee, or just somebody that you know, please encourage them to, again, reach out to us and we can send them the information. I think that's all we had on
Can I just
that.
add to that, Julie?
Yes.
To encourage people to apply for this, because it really, you know, I've been teaching for over 25 years. I was a program director. I had no idea what CVTEA was all about. You know, they just show up at your program and start telling you what to do. I mean, I totally get it. And when I first came on CVTEA, I was so happy to be involved in it. I really think it's one of the most rewarding experiences that I've ever had, to meet some incredibly intelligent, fun, you know, people who all are in the same boat, you know, veterinarians, technicians who work in practice, who are teaching right now, who are program directors. It's, you know, you really, the committee represents everybody. And if you're interested at all in serving on the committee, even though it's a ton of work, it is a ton of work, I think that you would really enjoy it. So that's just my 2 cents.
No,
Yeah,
thank you.
I want to echo what Tracy said. It's a lot of work, but it is very, very rewarding, and we would encourage anybody that has any interest, please apply. So we want some new faces in here.
Yeah, I almost didn't want to say it. The terms are for 6 years. And I don't want that to scare anybody off, because you think, oh my goodness, 6 years. But it goes by fast. And really those first 3 years, it's a big learning curve. And this group is just so wonderful. They debate at the table, but once that's over, they speak as one voice. And they're able to go out to dinner and hang out and chit chat. And it's a very collegial atmosphere, I believe, and culture that the CVTA has. Okay, next slide. I think that's all that we really have. If I could just say one last thing though, and that's really about communication. And again, as much as I don't want my email inbox to have like 200 emails, these are your peers on CVTEA, and they need to hear from you. We are very, very open to any kind of commentary. Please don't ever hesitate to just want to communicate with us. We really want to inspire you and encourage you to communicate with staff and with the committee. So Dr. Black or Tracy or Dr. Bull, do you have any other further comments you'd like to make?
I just want to say thank you to everybody that attended. Thank you for all of your feedback today, and echo again what Julie just said. Please provide feedback to us. We want to hear from you. We are, you know, coming to the committee with our own opinions and how we see things, and so we want to hear how the things that we're considering affect all the other programs and the people that are in those programs. So we can't make decisions, good decisions, without having feedback from everybody else. So please provide that if you have something to say. Thank you.
I was going to echo what Dr. Black said almost verbatim, that we really appreciate the feedback and we really do take that into consideration. We try hard to be professional, we try hard to be collegial, and to really raise the profession up to the next level.
And I would echo the same thing. I mean, I appreciate all of the information that we get, and you know, I can guarantee all of you that these conversations are taking place. Whatever, you know, whatever suggestions that come forward, whatever information that comes forward, it comes to the committee, and we have very serious, long debates and discussions about a lot of this information. So it's important. And thank you so much for all your support.
Okay. And if by some reason we missed something or a comment, just email me and we'll do our best to address it. So we'll turn it over back to Jessica or Jennifer.
Or Todd.
Or Todd.
Thank you guys so much. That was amazing. So helpful.
So here's what's next. A couple of minutes of break. Get up, stretch, keep that blood flowing, grab a snack, grab some food. If you already had some food, grab a drink so you stay hydrated, all those important things. We're going to come back at 1:20 and dive right into our next talk at 1:20 and try to work ourselves a little bit ahead of the agenda on this Saturday afternoon. We're glad you're with us. We'll see you back at 1:20. Hello, Jess Campbell.
Hello. Are we ready?
Is that audio thing working?
What audio thing?
Perfect. Thank you, Rebecca. It's always good to have that backup there. That's the beauty of this community. We're all in it together. Michelle, Rebecca, I thank you and all of that. I was pausing to catch up with my wife in the middle of all the craziness of the day and make sure I'm fulfilling my responsibilities on the family front. So I think we have housekeeping. Jess, we have housekeeping?
Just a little bit. All right. Let's see. All right, so we want to thank our sponsors for this conference and who sponsored the AVTE in general. We have NAVTA, AAVSB, Hippo Manager, Syndaver, VCA, and Vet Tech Prep. Also, the video from today will be available in about a week or so. All the attendees and registrants will receive an email from me with access information as soon as it's ready. When you log out at the end of the day, as was mentioned this morning, a survey will pop up. That survey is how you will receive your CE credits. So when you fill that out, then you'll receive your certificates the same week that you'll receive the video. If you run into any technical challenges, please use the chat feature and we'll get to you and try to help you figure out what's going on, and keep the Q&A feature to the questions for our speakers. It helps just facilitate the flow a little bit and keep everything in one spot, because I know everyone's probably seen the chat just keeps going. So without further ado, I guess I'll hand it over to Jen to introduce our next speakers.
Awesome, thank you. So very excited about this next talk. So we have Amy Staton, and Dr. Amy Staton has earned an AAS, BS, MS, and Education D. She is the assistant professor at Moorhead State University Veterinary Technology Program. Her research concentration involves low stress, fear-free handling. She's made numerous presentations throughout the United States and published several peer-reviewed articles pertaining to her research. And she is joined today by Isabella Matarazzo, and I hope I pronounced that right. And she is a bachelor technology student who completed her undergraduate research project with Dr. Staton. She'll be joining Dr. Staton to discuss the impact Fear-Free has had on her education and career. So take it away, guys.
Okay, thank you guys for having us. And I believe I need to share my screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and get that. Okay. Is it up? Can you see it?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you guys again for having us. My name is Amy Staton, and I've been with Moorhead State University for almost 13 years now. And since about 2017, I've done a lot of research in low stress, fear-free handling. And just recently, this past semester, before COVID hit, myself, along with two undergraduate research fellows, started to perform some research on shelter animals. We wanted to learn more about what impacts the stress levels of these shelter animals, and it was enlightening. We didn't get as many subjects as we had hoped for because school shut down a little early last year, but we did get enough enough data to show us that we do see a difference in the way that we handle these animals. So just to jump right in it, Why is the stress of our patients so important? Stress is going to impact our patients in so many different ways. And, you know, the first being the human-animal bond. We have to gain the animal's trust. And again, I'm solely focusing on shelter animals because Morehead State, we only work with shelters and rescues. So we don't work with any client-owned animals. So most of the animals in the shelters around our area, of course, we have a numerous amount of puppies, but as for the adult dogs, they're generally placed there because of some type of behavioral issue. And that's generally fear related, based on a negative experience that they've had with an owner or a human. So the first thing that we have to do is gain their trust. And so if we think about what happens to these animals when they come into our facility, or even if they come into a veterinary clinic, they're not there for hugs and kisses the entire stay. They're there to benefit the teaching purpose of our students. So yes, they're going to have injections, they're going to have IV catheters, surgeries. And so all these are negative, invasive procedures. And so those negative experiences that they have, they keep that in their mind. And so every time that they come back, you'll notice that if we're not providing positive experiences for them, this fear and negative experience, it gets worse and worse for the animal. So each year, 1.5 million shelter animals are euthanized in the United States. And out of those 1.5 million, 670,000 of those are canine or dogs. Most of those are going to be euthanized because, again, they have behavioral issues, fear-related behavioral problems. So as a veterinary technology facility or a program, we need to think of the ease of treatment for our animals and our professionals. Yes, we can, you know, manhandle the dog down on the table, pry its mouth open, stick our whole fist in the mouth and poke antibiotic or a tablet down the throat. It's easy, it's quick, it's simple, let's just get it done. But again, that's a negative experience for the dog. So it's a much more enjoyable experience if we can provide, let's just say, a food reward with it. We can counter condition them with a treat and then provide the medication in a pill pocket or peanut butter and then give that and then quickly give a third treat afterwards. And it's just as quick to do that as it is to wrestle the dog and try to poke a pill down the throat. So think of the ease of the treatment for the animal, not only the animals, but for the professionals or the students that are involved as well. You're going to see, and we'll talk about this more later, the physiological parameters are going to be affected by stress levels in these animals. We're going to see an inaccuracy of laboratory results. We found that blood glucose is going to be affected by stress. Cortisol levels are affected by stress. We can see those stress leucograms as well. And then just looking at the overall well-being of our animal, there's been research that states we can see it can potentially contribute to a decrease in surgical survival rates and the speed of recovery. We can see potentially increased mortality rates and morbidity rates. And along those lines, we're going to see an increase in susceptibility of infection or sepsis. An animal that is extremely stressed or fear is going to have an impaired antibody response to vaccines when they come in our facilities. We can see delayed wound healing, gastric ulcerations. I mean, the list can go on and on. And then along with the stress comes the chronic anxiety disorders, and that's where these destructive behavior is going to come into play that we see with these animals, and ultimately that's generally the most common reason that these animals are placed in the animal shelters. So just a little bit of background for those of you that are not familiar with Fear Free and the Fear Free initiative. Fear Free was founded in 2016 by Dr. Marty Becker. along with hundreds of experts in behavior, medicine, and handling. And the goal of Fear Free was to provide the veterinary community or the veterinary professionals, pet professionals, and when we say pet professionals, we're talking about the trainers, the groomers, the boarding facilities, and then those animal welfare communities, the animal shelters and the animal rescues, and pet owners alone or as well, the pet owners as well. We want to provide them with the knowledge and tools to look after both the pet's physical and emotional well-being. So we've always, as a veterinary professional, we've always looked after the physical well-being of our patients. But there's been a huge transition just in the last several years to pay just as much of attention or importance needs to be placed on the emotional well-being of that animal. And we want to prepare the veterinary field in general and pet owners and animal shelters with the tools and the knowledge that they need to take care of both physical and emotional well-being. By reducing the patient's FAS, or the fear, anxiety, and stress, we're going to create a safer, more efficient work environment for the faculty, the staff, the students. And then beyond the students, once they graduate, that's going to carry over into their clinics that they're going to work at. You're going to see an improvement in the morale of your faculty and staff and students. Now, granted, when we first started using Fear Free, it was a huge hurdle to come over because we're all used to going in overdrive all day long. We just go, go, go. We've got 10 things to do at one time. And it was the most challenging part of it for me was slowing down and taking into consideration the animal's needs, not what was best for me. So I think that's the hugest hurdle to get over. And then once you can grasp that, everything else just seems to fall into place, and it all happens as a smooth transition. And then you're going to see that Fear Free, when these students or when our students graduate and they go out into the workforce, you're going to see them strengthen the client relationships, because the clients are going to see the compassion and the empathy that these students have towards their animals. And that's going to build a relationship. And in turn, that's going to increase the client retention and patient visits. And just as a little additional insight, I thought this was interesting and I wanted to provide it with you guys. Bayer in 2011 conducted a study, and they asked owners if they felt like their pets disliked going to the vet. And 51% of the owners said, absolutely, my dog or my cat does not like to go to the veterinary clinic. And we're sitting here thinking, well, that's probably true. You know, we get just as many stressed animals that are trying to hit the door running as we do the ones that have the little boxer butt wags that love to see us. And then they also asked that if the owners seem to get stressed thinking about going to the vet, not going to the vet, but just thinking about going to the vet. And 38% of owners said that they just stressed out just thinking about taking their pet to the vet. And that's because of those negative experiences that their animals have had while they've been at the vet. You know, the owners have seen the animal be manhandled down to the table to get a blood collection or a nail trim. They've seen these negative experiences and it stresses them out. And they would just soon not deal with it. And then they broke it down into a feline and canine category. And 77% of both feline and canine showed signs of stress prior to entering the clinic. And again, that's all from those negative experiences. Think about the animals that, you know, if we're doing a nail trim on it takes one time to quick their nail and they don't trust you from there on out. They hate getting nail trims because they remember that negative experience. So 77% of these dogs and cats show signs of stress prior to entering the clinic. And I'd say the majority of those, if the only time the animal gets in the car is to go to the clinic, as soon as they get in the car, they're going to start showing signs of increased stress levels because they know where they're going. The next one was the dislike the waiting room. And so 73% of cats showed or seemed to dislike waiting rooms. And that makes sense because you think in most veterinary facilities, the owner comes in with their cat. It's generally in a carrier, but where does the carrier go? They generally set it on the floor or in the chair next to them. And so if you've got multi-species in the same waiting room, the dogs that are in the room are automatically going to run right up to the front of the cage, sniff, smell, maybe growl or bark at the cat. So of course that's a fearful, negative experience for that cat. And then 63% of dogs dislike the waiting room. And again, that's most generally with waiting rooms that house, multiple species, multiple animals in a crowded waiting room. Now, granted, COVID has kind of helped alleviate that because we're in Kentucky, so we have curbside service now, and so we don't have waiting rooms right now. So that's kind of alleviated or diminished the waiting room at this time. And then next we see a reluctant to enter the exam room, and 79% of your cats were reluctant to enter an exam room. Again, they're associating that exam room with that negative experience. That's where they get their vaccines. That's where they get their nail trims. That's where they're getting their blood collection. All of these negative experiences are going to happen inside that room. And then 46% of dogs were reluctant to enter the exam room. That number seemed a little low to me, but I thought it might have been a little higher than that. But again, they're associating those negative experiences to that specific room. And then the last one is that the feline, out of the feline group, 85% of them did not want to be on the exam table. And out of your canines, 73% of those did not want to be on the exam table. So, we've made a transition that when I went through school, it regardless of what the animal was, whether it be a cat, a small dog, a large dog, it was placed on the table. You held it down to do whatever skill you were performing on that animal, and then you got it off the table. Every animal went on the table. And there's been a huge transition over the last several years to now it's, patient positional compliance. If the dog is more comfortable on the floor, then that's where we would perform our physical exam. Now, granted, we're not going to sit on the floor next to the dog, but we can kneel down. We still want a quick escape route if the animal was to try to lunge or bite at us. But we can be a little bit more compliant with the animal's needs and what's going to make them more comfortable. Instead of pulling the cat out of the pet carrier onto the exam table, let's just take the top half of the pet carrier off and let the cat stay in the bottom half of the carrier. That's going to be his little safe place while he's at the clinic. So again, think about the wants and the needs of the animals rather than what's going to be quickest for us to just get it done and get that animal out and the next patient in. So what we did was, again, MSU Vet Tech only works with shelter animals. And so we were fortunate enough to work with one of the rescues that we work with. And so STAR, or Saving the Animals Around, is a local rescue. It's a nonprofit, very small facility. It's all voluntary based. And they do a wonderful job at rehoming animals in Eastern Kentucky. So just to kind of put it into light, they rehome about 600 to 800 dogs. And all of those dogs are pulled from a local government-run shelter. So they'll pull animals from that locally government-run shelter, and then they will rehome them in their forever home. So I don't feel like, people in rescue get nearly as much credit as what they should, especially working closely with this group, is they just pour their heart and soul into it. And there's just so many hours that go into trying to save these animals and providing them with a better life. So again, they were gracious enough to let us come in and work with their animals. The subjects used in our research project were shelter dogs. They were various breeds. The majority of them were mixed breed animals. We only use dogs that appear to be healthy and considered to be an adult. So within our project, we only use the animals that were between 1 and 7 years of age. The housing of these animals were exactly the same. So we wanted to, decrease or use the least amount of variables as possible. So housing was the same for each one of them. They were both all of them were housed in an indoor-outdoor kennel. And I've got a picture of the actual facility to the right. And so you can see that this guy, he's in the indoor kennel right now, and then he's got that guillotine door behind him that he has an outdoor kennel area there. So each subject had an indoor-outdoor kennel. Each one of them had a raised bed, so they all have corunda beds that they can lay on. They all have chew toys. Generally, those are going to be in the form of a tennis ball or a Kong, some type of enrichment for them while they're housed there. They all get free choice water. Their waters are all clipped to the front portion of their cage, and they're fed twice a day. And they're fed at the back portion of their cage. Their bowls are kind of hidden behind this guy. And they're released into a play yard twice a day for exercise. So the physiological parameters that we collected, we did collect before and after our blood collection. So we would bring an animal into a space, collect our physiological parameters, collect their blood, and then we would, again, collect those same physiological parameters. And the parameters that we collected was our temperature, our pulse, our respiration. We did a blood glucose and a blood pressure reading on them. All of our subjects, regardless of how they were handled, were all standing while the parameters were taken or measured and while blood was being collected. So for our control group, we brought each subject into a small office space. And so this shelter is, again, it's very small, so it did not have an exam room. It essentially has a laundry room, an office, and then the indoor-outdoor kennel area. So we used the office space as our physical exam room. And so there is a picture here to the side of the actual office space we used. And just based on the size of this German Shepherd, you can tell that it was a very small space. We did set up a mobile exam table right there in the center, and then we would place every subject on that exam table. So for our control group, each subject was handled using a traditional restraint. And what I mean by traditional restraint is we didn't use any fear-free techniques. We didn't use low-stress handling. We didn't use any type of reward system. So we brought them in, we placed them on the table. The restrainer placed one arm around the neck, and the opposite arm will be placed under the abdomen to keep the animal in a standing recumbency, such as the picture on the top right corner. For our blood collection, we did use a cephalic vein for our site on all subjects, and all subjects we used a 22 gauge 1-inch needle for our blood collection. For our test group, again, each subject was brought into the office, the same office space. They were placed on the same mobile table. The cephalic vein, again, was used for blood collection, and we used the same gauge, 22 gauge 1-inch needle on our test subjects as well. They were also placed in the same, or we used the same restraint on them. So we placed one arm around the neck and one arm under the abdomen. So up until this point, the variables were exactly the same for our test group and our control group. With our test group, then we implemented our fear-free low-stress techniques. So we had calming music that played in the facility. We had calming pheromones that we used. We used a non-slip mat to place the animal on. We would use verbal and physical reassurance to each of our test subjects. And we also used a high-value food reward during blood collection. And so there's a little picture of our supplies here on the side. So we've got our non-skid mat there. There through a dog's ear, calming music was played. Our adaptal, for the adaptal, we had diffusers within the room. We also placed bandanas on our test subjects with adaptal that had been sprayed on those, as well as we sprayed adaptal onto our scrubs prior to working with these animals. The animals were exposed to the adaptal for a minimum of 20 minutes prior to us handling them, so that they receive the full effect of the adaptal. And then our high value food reward was that canned chicken. So we only fed them during blood collection. And then to disinfect, we used our rescue wipes. We did make sure to clean all of our supplies off, obviously, in between each patient. And so once we did this, and one question may be, did you do it all on the same day? And we did not. So we would go to the shelter. One day we would only do traditional, and then the next time that we were there, we only did fear-free, because we did not want the pheromones to flow over to our control group. So whatever day we were there, we were only using one type of handling method. And so for our results, what we found is we did find a decrease in physiological parameters amongst our subjects. And so for our fear-free subjects, 54% of the dogs that were handled using fear-free had a decreased body temperature from pre-blood collection to post-blood collection. We've seen that 69% of the dogs being handled using fear-free had a decrease in pulse rate from pre-blood collection to post-blood collection. If you look at the traditional side, there was only an 18% decrease in temperatures amongst the control group and 9% decrease of the pulse rate in that control group. We've seen a 100% drop in our respiration rates among our fear-free subjects in comparison to 18% drop with those subjects being handled using traditional restraint. As for the blood glucose, we've seen a 38% drop among our fear-free subjects, and we only seen 18% decrease among our traditional subjects. And then for our blood pressure, we took a mean arterial pressure, and we got a 54% decrease among our fear-free subjects and a 36% decrease among our traditional subjects. So you can definitely tell the difference between the fear-free and traditional. And again, I wish those numbers of subjects had been higher, but our university got closed down pretty quick amongst the COVID outbreak. So we had to cut things a little short. So your next question may be exactly how big of a change did we see? And so with our fear-free subjects, our temperature, we've seen a decrease by 0.2 of a degree. And so I was kind of disappointed about that at first, but then I started thinking, we only handled these animals for about 10 minutes at a time. So I feel like if we had handled them for a longer period of time, we may have seen more of a decrease in temp. But I think the short amount of time that we had handling them was not enough time to see a sufficient drop in their temperature. As for their pulse rate, we've seen a decrease by 21 beats per minute. And this was an average. We've seen an average of a drop in respiration by 13 breaths per minute. Our blood glucose on average dropped by 13 milligrams per deciliter. And then our blood pressure readings, or our MAP, decreased by 18 millimeters of mercury. So I felt like I was a little disappointed in the temp, but the rest of these physiological parameters was a pretty nice little decrease that made me feel good that, you know, the extra time it takes us to do the fear-free handling, it does work. It's not going to work on all patients, but it does work on a lot. So then you want to ask yourself, well, how can we achieve these results in our facilities? And I think there's a lot of hesitation on implementing fear-free because there's the stigma that, well, it costs too much money. And if your program or your institute is like ours, there's been budget cuts, you know, we've got financial restraints. And so just adding something else onto that is just not possible right now. But in reality, incorporating fear-free it's not going to be done all at once, and you can do it little by little. And the majority of it does not cost a lot of money, if any. So there's a lot of things that you can do. You've already got them in your practice or in your programs that you can use and start implementing these fear-free techniques. So the first one, like I said earlier, is the patience. Just stop and take a breath and slow down. So you have to have patience with these guys. We want to move at their speed. And again, that was the hardest adjustment for me because every dog that you work with, you know, it's different. We're going to handle every patient differently. The students, you know, I think the biggest or one of the most important things is students need to learn more about behavior. I know we have so many things that we have to teach in our programs, and I feel like there's not enough focus on behavior. These students need to learn how to pick up body language and how to read behavior from each patient, because every patient is different. We all know that. So find your patients, and that comes with time. Yes, it's going to be a big frustration to begin with, but it will come with time. Your calming music, if you've got Amazon Prime, you can download that for free. So it could be no cost, but if you need to purchase the CD, you can purchase those for $20. So they're not that expensive. The calming pheromones, the Adaptil, they also make this for cats as well. If you're not familiar, Feel Away. Now I will be the first to say that if I compare Feel Away and Adaptil, Feel Away is a game changer in a facility. It is magical. So I am 100% on board with the Feel Away. And the Adaptil works, but I don't think it is as consistent as the Feel Away is with the cats. But we still use it in all of our exam rooms. We spray it on our scrubs. Our students spray it on themselves. Any bedding that is in the kennel facility with our patients, while housed at our facility, they have Adaptil or Feel Away, depending on the species. So we use a lot of calming pheromones. The music is played in every exam room. We try to have individual exam rooms for our students and our patients. So the calming music is played in exam rooms. If we are in the teaching lab, we have our music playing in there, as well as in the kennel facility as well. Our food rewards, I like to say that we use treat bars. So we counter condition a lot with these animals. And it is amazing the difference that you see from the time the animal comes in on a Monday that is absolutely terrified. It will not walk on a leash. It's had only negative experience with humans. And it comes in our facility and we use these fear-free techniques on them all week. And when they leave on Friday, they're a totally different animal. And we're counter conditioning them. We're using positive experiences with the negative experience. We're using food rewards with the vaccination injections or the blood collection. Even, your surgery patients, we can treat them with fear-free. We can use, for us, we use popsicles. So we'll just take some chicken broth and freeze it. and we allow the dogs to lick on those while we're placing IV catheters. The small amount that they're going to ingest has not affected them in any way as far as the anesthesia goes. So we use a lot of food rewards. We use a lot of verbal and physical reassurance with these guys. You know, we're showing them compassion and empathy. And it's, you know, there's a lot of professional burnout amongst us. And over time, I feel like we lose that compassion and empathy. And if anything, by using this fear-free program, I probably have more compassion and empathy now for these animals than I ever did. And that's a good feeling for me. That's rewarding for me. We use non-slip mats for all of our patients, low lighting in our exam rooms when possible. And then again, that positional compliance. So if the dog is more comfortable on the floor, we work with him on the floor. If he's more comfortable on the table, we work with him on the table, all while taking precautionary steps not to get bit. We're also going to decrease our movement through the clinic, and you really have to stop and think about how much of this goes on in your facility. You don't really stop and think about it until you're trying to jump on the fear-free bandwagon. And so you want to decrease the movement through the facility. When you're working on these animals, have them in a place that there's not as much excitement going on around them, because the excitement is going to start increasing that FAS. Decrease the noise levels. Do you have intercom systems in your facility? Do you have small groups of students or larger groups? Are they chatty? We really need to decrease the noise level when we're working with these. Always assess the body language. Again, behavior is a biggie there. Basket muzzles, don't be afraid to put a muzzle on them. If need be, we use basket muzzles, and that's our preferred muzzle. We do have the nylon muzzles here, but we generally don't use them anymore. Basket muzzles are really good. One is because the animal is still allowed to pant, and so that will help regulate their body temperature. But two is we can still continue to treat them through that basket muzzle. You know, we can spray a little cheese whiz in the end of the muzzle or place a little peanut butter on the end of the muzzle, and we can reward them during that negative experience, all while protecting ourselves and the animal. We want to make sure that we thoroughly disinfect all of our equipment, and you're like, well, that's common sense, but how many of you are disinfecting your stethoscope between every patient? I guarantee you there's some of you out there that are not. And that's just something that you just don't think about. So stop and think, am I disinfecting everything as I should? Because when we're moving one piece of equipment to another animal, we're moving these stress pheromones over to the next animal. So are we disinfecting everything? Make notes in your charts of what makes the animal less stressed. If he's happier on the table, then make a note of that. If he's happier on the floor, make note. Does he like cheese? Does he like peanut butter? Your treats you should try to rank them and have a nice variety. So for us, we have, you know, the little bite-sized marshmallows. We have Cheerios that we'll break in half. We have canned chicken, peanut butter, cheese whiz, tuna, baby food, turkey dogs, deli turkey. If you have an animal that has some allergy issues, you could bring in the allergy related treats, or you could just withhold food that morning, and when you bring that animal in for the afternoon to do your procedures on them during your teaching labs, withhold food that morning and bring that food in, and we can treat him with his normal food. So, but we do have a variety, because depending on the level of fear amongst the animal, you're going to see that some animals are not going to take that Cheerio. It's not high value enough for them. They want the canned chicken. You know, cats, they love the little salad shrimp, and they like them heated up. So that's top on the totem pole is is the little salad shrimp for the cats. We work our way up until we can transition their focus off the negative experience and put it on the positive. Kennel enrichment is huge for our animals that are housed at our facility. They get different forms of enrichment every day. So yes, they are all taken on walks every single day. They're all provided food-filled Kongs every day. We actually place part of their meal in a Kong for them. Trying to get the food out of the Kong is a form of enrichment for them. We place, we can do tennis balls or chew toys with them. We have training sessions. So if we have a dog that is just really focused on what we're doing, we'll take them in a separate room and do like a 5-minute training session with them. Again, these are shelter animals. And so everything that we can do for them while they are here to increase that human-animal bond increases the likelihood that they're going to get adopted. So we'll do some training sessions with them, just basic, teaching them how to sit, how to shake, a down position, how to walk on a leash. Most shelter animals don't know how to walk on a leash. So we do a lot of enrichment. We'll go through the kennel facility with some aerosolized air fresheners. We get fruit scented air fresheners and spray. Just the small amount of time that the animal can smell the odor, that's a form of enrichment for them. It's a short form of enrichment, but it gives them something besides 4 walls to sit there and look at or bark back and forth amongst other dogs that's in the facility. And then if the pet becomes increasingly stressed or fearful, stop what you're doing, give him time to breathe, and then determine what you're doing is a want or a need. And I know that we have so many things that we have to teach these kids, and especially in the time that we're in right now, the time we have with them is very uncertain. And so we're trying to, get all these essential skills done. But determine, is this actually a need, or can we push this off maybe a day or so until the stress levels start to drop down? So from there, I'm going to throw it over to Miss Bella, and she is going to give you her perspective from a student perspective, working in practice now, and what Fear Free has done for her.
Hi, I'm Bella. So I cannot emphasize enough how grateful I am that we had to get Fear Free certified. It has completely changed everything, especially because of COVID. Because now with COVID, our appointment times are much longer. We're also doing curbside in Massachusetts. And just not having the clients be there causes a ton of stress on our patients. And so just if you get the fear-free techniques and stuff to kind of counteract it, it just definitely helps a lot with our patients' experience. So when you do the fear-free certification and you learn more about it, it really emphasizes how much stress impacts your patients when they come in. And it's just kind of things that you don't think about necessarily, like Dr. Staton had said, like their BG, their cortisol, their stress leukotrienes, like all that that's laboratory and diagnostic information that gets seriously affected just from them being scared. And another point that I've definitely seen a lot in practice, something really simple, is the non-slip gnats. Was when you're trying to do like a jugular blood draw and the dog's just freaking out because he's sliding on the floor. If you just put a mat there, 9 out of the 10 dogs will just stop moving, and it just decreases their stress a lot and gives you much more accurate results. And it's just so important to make sure that the patient experience is as positive as possible. And it just, it makes repeat visits much more enjoyable. And like she had also said earlier, like if they get quicked one time, nail trims become impossible back then. And then that's when the clients get more concerned, because you have to do, as she had also said, a need versus a want. So if a dog is freaking out after his appointment, but the client really wants a nail trim, and you don't want to, stress out the dog too much more by doing the nails, because that's not, you need the blood, not the nail trim. The clients can get discouraged because we couldn't do everything. So it's definitely important. And then also talking about the clients, like these are their babies. So you don't want them to see that you have to forcibly restrain their pet and then just see how stressed out their pets are after the vet or getting to the vet. And also, like Dr. Staton had said, was that a lot of times this is the only place that they go. So now they associate the car rides with going to the vet and being freaked out. And I actually had a client say a couple days ago that the vet is the only place that she takes her dog, and she tried doing something fun and bringing him to the park, and he would not go in the car, and he was like 100-pound golden retriever. And so she was just really upset because of how stressed out he was just trying to go to the park because of how stressed he gets going to the vet. And I don't know how common this is in general, but I know at my clinic, if a pet is freaking out a lot, we try not to stress them out as much as possible. We do a lot of the fear-free techniques. We're not technically a fear-free practice, but a lot of the veterinarians won't overly stress out the patients, and they'd rather send them home on trazodone and gabapentin and schedule time for them to come back. But again, then this can also upset the clients because this is actually another example, was that someone had, the only appointment we had available with COVID, we've been very overbooked, was a 7 a.m. appointment. And in order to give the trazodone and gabapentin so it would work, they'd have to give it by 5:30, so that way it had plenty of time to settle in. And so the client gets upset that we're not able to accommodate them for that reason. Well, they could, but they would have had to get up at 5:30. So it's just us trying to work against the fear, anxiety, and stress that can happen in the clinic, and how that affects not just our client experience, but also our patient one. Yeah. And then just again about the laboratory results, I didn't really think about that until I started learning about fear-free, just how much of a difference it can play. And also with COVID-19, it's just, I just can't even, there's too much I have to say about it, about COVID, because it has just completely changed veterinary medicine. And how we do everything. Clients aren't coming in, so there's always the big dogs that do better if their dad holds them, and now you don't have that. So it's really just up to the technicians and the veterinarians to do our best to create as low stress environment as possible. And I was talking to a veterinarian today she's not anti-fear-free, but she just is anti-fear-free in our clinic. She said her only comment was that you have to make the appointments a lot longer. But I was like, well, we already have to do that because of COVID anyways. You have to have longer appointment times. Everything's over the phone. It takes longer to get a history. The client isn't right in there telling you everything. So it's just, if you can use the fear-free techniques that you learn and the information you learn about fear-free, and then implement that in your practice, you don't have to necessarily be 100% a fear-free clinic and do everything fear-free. But if you can at least take away some of the big things and the small things like pheromones, non-slip mats, calming music, just stuff like that, and like having patience, it definitely goes a long way with clients, and it definitely makes a difference in how our patients feel about coming into the vet.
Yeah, I think Bella hit a key point there that, animals are no longer just a pet. 15 years ago, they were a pet. I love animals. So we all love animals. That's why we work in this profession. But for a lot of people, a dog was a dog. It was a pet. But now there's been this transition, and now they're considered children. They're part of the family. And you notice that they are an acceptable part of society now. 15 years ago, when you went to Home Depot or Walmart or Lowe's, how many dogs did you see in the store? You didn't see any. You never seen dogs in a store. Today, you can't go into a store without seeing a dog in the cart, a dog in its own stroller, in a nice little carry case, or even walking on a leash. So that alone tells you that owners value their pets more today than they ever have. And they want what's best for their pets. The pets are their children. When I take my daughter to the dentist, we go in, it looks like the walls are painted like an underwater scene. So she feels like she's a mermaid as soon as she walks in. They take her back. She gets to wear these fancy sunglasses. They have a TV on the ceiling. She gets to watch whatever she wants to. Some places do hand massages at the dentist office. And so, you know, when you think of things on the human side, we're already doing this. We're incorporating positive experiences with a negative. You know, she's getting to watch TV. She's getting to watch cool shows. She feels like she's underwater. That's all positive experiences for her. The negative would be the teeth cleaning. You know, nobody really enjoys going to the dentist. So we're already doing it on the human side of things. And there needs to be a bigger transition of us moving our facilities, our programs, and the clinics both alike to a more positive experience for these animals, as well as our students as well. Because again, our students are going to pick up on just the little tips. Fear-free is not going to happen overnight in any clinic. You implement it piece by piece. And if you can just implement one or two things, it could be a game changer for your programs or your clinics. And what the students are learning in our programs, I can promise you they'll take that back to the clinic, and you know, they'll try to slide that in and implement it whenever possible, or share their experiences that they've had with it. So for the Fear-Free certification, if you don't already know, there is a faculty and student certification. It is free for faculty and students to be Fear-Free certified. There's no reason you shouldn't be doing it. And it's all online. The certification is all online. So your students can do it outside of the classroom. And every year that they are in school, they get a free renewal certification. And then once they graduate, I believe it's $99 per year after that. But for me personally, I Fear-Free my first year students. We have an associate and a bachelor's degree. And so as associate students, their first year, they're Fear-Free certified in their first handling class. When we're learning about behavior and body language, different handling techniques, they become Fear-Free certified. They get recertified that second year as an associate. If they stay on for their bachelor's, they're recertified again. So they are recertified each year they are here as a student. And again, that's free of charge. It's free of charge for me to recertify. So it's saving me money as well. And it's a approved CE for us as well. So again, I think that it's a win-win. We just have to implement it in small steps, because there are going to be some people, like Bella said, that are hesitant to try it. They just want to do it and get it done and move on to the next patient. But if I've noticed that if they can physically see the difference that it makes in a patient, they're going to be much more apt to try little things. And those little things eventually turn into big things. So big changes for our programs and the clinics once the students go out into practice. So from there, we'll take any questions that we have. So sorry, my webcam's at the very top. I can't see. There we go.
I can read you the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so that way you don't have to try to filter through them. Okay. So first question is, are you having to COVID mask, and is that increasing stress on the animals?
Yes, we have to mask. We wear a mask anytime that we are in a building. And it doesn't seem to be stressing the animals out. And that was a big concern for me, was they see this big mask on our face. So their stress levels are going to rise. And that has not been the case so far. And that honestly did shock me, because that was a concern for me before we started back classes this fall. But to date, it has not been a factor. Bella, have you seen a change in practice since you've been wearing masks?
With some people, yeah. Some of the pets, yes, they some of them have gotten it, but not, again, like you said, I was really expecting it to be a lot scarier. It's more so like the puppies, I feel like, and the kittens that kind of get more freaked out by it, but the older dogs, I don't think that they're as freaked out by it.
Yeah, and we generally are working with more adults on site than the puppies and kittens, but we have not seen that big of a difference. So.
And next question wants to know, was there alcohol used at the venipuncture site?
Yes, we did use alcohol on the venipuncture sites, and instead of, you know, the spray, I would recommend that you could use an alcohol wipe, or take the spray bottle away from the animal, spray it on a gauze pad, then wipe that on the animal's leg rather than bringing the entire bottle over to the animal and spritzing. The bottle itself can be a little alarming to the animal, and then the sound as you're spraying the alcohol on can cause some increased stress. So we did not approach the animals with the bottles themselves.
And did you avoid using verbal and physical reassurances since these are common practices?
In our control group, we did. We did not do any type of verbal or physical reassurance with them. We put them on a table. We kept them in standing recumbency and took our parameters, our blood collection, and then retook our vitals again. And again, the animal was on the table anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes.
Which, let me tell you, was so difficult not being able to follow them. It was so hard.
We did not realize how difficult that would be. That was the hardest part of this whole project, was not reassuring the animals. But no, we did not provide reassurance for them while they were on the table. And you know, you've got some dogs that are happy-go-lucky. They're just happy regardless of what you do to them. And they didn't care that we weren't talking, and it seemed like they were trying to get us to communicate with them. It was kind of funny, but no verbal or physical reassurance was used with our control group.
Any suggestions for us older folks who struggle to kneel or bend down to patients on the floor? As a vet, I sit in a chair to examine larger dogs on the floor, but I can only get so low.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you know, your lift tables are really nice because you can put them, if you could put them lower to the ground. So again, you could remain sitting in the chair and then bring the table down to your height. I think the height is the biggest thing with these exam tables, of them being off the ground. They don't feel as stable on an exam table as they do on the floor. So I think if you can drop your tables down, that would be of benefit. For your, you know, your toy breeds, you could do those in your lap or student's lap or owner's lap, if you can get some compliance out of the patient. But I think your drop tables would be advantageous for you.
Next one is, I totally support fear-free, but how do you integrate the basic restraint techniques that are required? The students still have to use these out in practice.
Yes, and so that is hard for us too, because so what I do is I start our semester off using just traditional techniques that we're using, that a lot of clinics are using. And so once they get the solid foundation of handling these animals in a traditional style, that's when I bring in the fear-free, and we'll incorporate the fear-free for the remaining of their time here. So they are still learning their manual restraints, because again, we want to prepare our students for as many possible situations that we can. So we start off with traditional, and then we start incorporating or implementing piece by piece of the fear-free as the year progresses.
And this one kind of, you've almost answered with that last one. If you only teach fear-free, how do you assure your students are prepared to handle aggressive animals in an emergency situation?
No, we don't only teach fear-free. So we start off again with our traditional types. We have a huge lesson, and it's not enough time. I know it's not, but again, we have so much to cover. We have a huge lesson on behavior. We actually visit the animal shelters near us so they can do assessments and evaluations on animal behavior. And they get to learn how to work, you know, not only with small dogs, medium dogs, large dogs. So they're working with all sizes, and we're using both methods.
Any other questions?
Towels are our friends. Yes, towels are big friends for dogs and cats both. You know, our kitty burritos are really nice. And, you know, you can, around your brachiocephalic dogs, putting a towel around their neck to help stabilize them, that's also helpful as well. We use some, aside from Fear Free, that the low stress handling by Sophia Yin, that's a great resource to use as well. That's actually where I started, was with the low stress handling with Sophia Yin, and then I moved on to the Fear Free, and I incorporate both forms of techniques in my classes.
Well, I think that's it on the questions.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah. This was fabulous.
Thank you so much for having us.
And then I think now.
So I'll stop share. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay.
And then it looks like we are on break now until 2:30 p.m. So we'll have, you got about 10 minutes again to do a potty stop or get snacks and drinks, and we'll join back here right on the button at 2:30. Thanks, everybody.
We did that at the same time. You know what I'm thinking, Jen?
What's that?
You know what I'm thinking?
What's that?
You know, to tease a little bit for October for 20 seconds, you know, it's the third in our three. And Jen's got no clue where this is going. So she's actually kind of concerned in her head right now, if you know Jen well enough. And me. I think the third one, the future, not only has to be the wrap up, and I know Trish Gorman's got a heck of an agenda plan, but it needs to be a celebration that despite COVID, we did this. We all came together. The community is thriving. We're having all these great conversations, don't you think?
Yep.
So I think it has to just have a boatload of giveaways.
Great idea.
Stuff away. I know some sponsors who are going to send some things. I think that, maybe we throw in a couple memberships while we're at it, even though that's the institution. You can go tell your institution, I saved you some money, now spend it on me. Maybe a conference registration for August 21, because I don't think we've told anybody we just signed the contract for St. Louis.
Nope.
Yay! Yay, good.
And Rebecca Rose is throwing in some things too. I'm seeing it here. I'm seeing a lot of text right now, but I think we have to, of course, the mission, the message, the content drives everything, and that will be our focal. But we got to talk about how to celebrate. Maybe even see if Trish's will bring her pig out for an appearance during the day 3 of the session. Yeah, Trish, we told you the pig was coming up today somehow. And we just have a little bit of fun in the midst of all of this. You think that's crazy?
I love that.
The president's smiling, so I think
with a bang.
right
idea. Yep.
And then we do something crazy with good old Jim Hurrell, who, if you ever watch Back to the Future, the board calls him Doc Brown. So, maybe Jim does a dance or a song, but we have a little bit of fun in October. Sound good?
Sounds really good.
All right, so this is my
I'm up
time to
for
back
it.
off. See you later. It's been fun. Jim, yeah, you've already been volunteered. Maybe a haircut on the show in October.
We can do that.
Amen. All right. Back to you, Jen.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. All right, you guys ready for our next talk? So I would like to introduce Laurie Wallace, who began her career as a food animal clinician at the University of Missouri College of Veterinary Medicine 34 years ago. She moved into the position of Director of Veterinary Online and Undergraduate Programs in June of 2016, and teaching is the central focus of her profession. So please welcome Laurie Wallace.
Hey, hi everybody. I'd like to share my screen, so I'm gonna share my screen with you and let you see just some information here. All right. Right. So hopefully you're able to see that now.
You're good.
Okay. Well, I hate to be provide false advertising, but I worked on this talk BC, and as we moved into COVID, I just felt like I really needed to share some of the things that we have done to help our instructors just navigate moving into online courses much more rapidly. Now, fortunately, all of our courses are online to begin with, so we didn't have any problem with physical distancing, but we've had some other faculty here at the college, and I've been very glad to be able to help them. So I modified this talk today so that hopefully I could share some of the things that we have used to make the job a little bit easier for our online instructors. And I also hope that you have received the email from Jess that has the copies of the templates that I'm going to talk about today. So maybe you can pull those up and take a look at them while I chat here. So, 2020's been kind of weird, hasn't it, folks? I saw this, and I'm a food animal person, and so I saw this and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't pass this up. I've got to share this with the attendees today. You know, it's just been a weird time. And, but I've been really impressed with everybody who, it just seems like everybody's just kind of taken the bit in their teeth and just said, okay, we are adaptable, we want to teach, and we are going to do this. So hopefully this is just going to work out really, really well for all of you. We've really had the opportunity here at the University of Missouri that we've been able to work with some really fabulous veterinary technicians, and just really loved them. We still have some that are our graduate students now. Many of our instructors are veterinary technicians, and they just do a fabulous job. So anyway, so that was the funny to get you started. The goals for today are that I really want to provide you with some tools that you can take home, that you can use, that will help you move some of your courses online if you have to, or to use, just have these templates so that you can modify your courses so that they can be kind of what you want them to be. I wanted to just explain a little bit of the educational theory that really drives a lot of the way we construct our courses. I'm not, obviously, I don't have a degree in education, so some of this stuff can get like really deep, but it's very valid, and it's all directed toward helping our students really have a great and successful educational experience. And I would love to have ideas from you guys. I know that a lot of you have been having to transition your labs to an online format. You've been having to move a lot of things online that you never thought you would ever be able to teach online. So I'd love to hear from you. And I am so glad that you all can learn from my mistakes. You know, it's just, it always works very well. So the background for us is that this department started in 2009, and the reason it began was to be able to help veterinary technicians complete their bachelor's degree online. So we provided electives for those veterinary technicians so that they could have courses that were much more focused on the areas that they're interested in. After that, that expanded to providing elective courses, online elective courses for pre-veterinary students. After that, we were able to offer master's level courses in 2014, and then our first master's students graduated in 2017. Our faculty initially were folks that were already employed here at the college. And so they were used to teaching face-to-face, they were used to teaching clinically, but not so comfortable with online education. And all of them were working full-time. They're clinical faculty. We had some research faculty. And we really wanted to make creating and teaching their course as painless as possible. We wanted to streamline that procedure so that we could provide support for them and so that they could really enjoy their experience. These people love to teach, or they would not have wanted to start doing this. Then later on, our instructor group has been expanded to include off-site veterinary practitioners, off-site technicians, some of whom teach at other technician programs or are in practice. And so we have a broad range of faculty that are both here and off-site. Dr. C.B. Chastain was the original director of online programs, and he designed a simplified process for course design, and he based it on the best practices for online instruction. But what he did is he distilled it down to emphasize the really essential points, the points that really make a difference in the way a course is delivered. He made it easy to follow, and the point was that the resulting course would be able to pass the required online course review process that we have here at the University of Missouri. Then later on, after I joined in 2016, I'm the kind of person that I do really well with graphs and templates and fill in the blanks. And I thought, you know, I think we could set up some templates that we could just give to our instructors that would help to direct them through that process of creating the course. So we have 4 templates that we use right now. We have a syllabus template, a course outline, a course schedule, and then we have our Canvas course homepage template, which is constructed actually within Canvas. Okay, I hope all of you are not navigating away from this highly important conference, because I have a dog that is trained to sniff out people wasting time on Facebook. I love this. This is one of I saw this and I was like, oh my gosh, this just cracks me up. So I shared it, and of course, all my family thought it was funny too. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to navigate to my Canvas course site and share that screen with you so that you can actually go into my course with me and see how we set up our homepage. So I'm going to minimize this. And here's my, this is a course I'm teaching this semester in to graduate students who are interested in teaching online. So it's been actually one of the harder courses I've had to teach. But what I'd like you to do is just take a look here. This is our homepage, and all of our courses have the banner at the top. And some of this stuff is required because it's Canvas, and Canvas requires these things in it. But we put this banner in just because when students learn online, particularly if they're distance students, I think it's really important for them to have a sense of place and a sense of program. They need to realize that they're part of something bigger, even if they're in Hawaii or Florida or wherever they are, that they're part of veterinary online programs. So we came up with this logo. The mascot here is a tiger, hence the background of the tiger stripe. Our homepage is designed to meet some of the requirements for creating a very welcoming site for the student. So we have a greeting, we have a synopsis of the course, we give the prerequisites, the grading. Now this is a graduate course, so obviously there's no D's in a graduate course. And then information about how to contact me, and then how to get started. Then there's a link in here to a welcome and introduction video. One of our graduate students actually teaches at a technician training program in Texas, and what she does in her courses is she actually has a video where she shares her screen and she shows her students how to navigate their online course. And so I thought that was such a great idea. And so I'm actually going to try and modify my welcome video to show my students, okay, here's how you find your tests, here's how you find your assignments, here's where you can contact me, because I just thought that was a really, really good idea. What we do is we have a template that doesn't have the specific information in it. So whenever we have a new course semester or a new course, we put in the template with the banner in it and the picture and the contact information and the course information. And then the instructor adds their getting started information to make it more personal. The next thing I would like to share with you, and we're gonna navigate here to the syllabus. We have a template for our syllabus. So I'm going to show you that right now. A lot of this actually came from the University of Missouri. We have some required contents for our syllabus that are required by the university, thus the university logo, the course number and name, and then the course profile. And in the template that I gave you, all this information is all blank, because obviously you would want to put in your own course description. This matches what's in the online course catalog so that students can see, oh, yeah, this is the course I thought I signed up for. The instructor, again, my email, when it's offered, and then here is a listing of the major objectives. And that is required in a syllabus here. And we're going to talk more about objectives later. Prerequisites, how it's delivered, recommended text. Then here's the course policies, grading scale. We have certain notices that were required by the university to place into our syllabus. If you notice, most of this information is found in the sidebar of the Canvas course under policies over here. There we go, support and policies. The next thing that's added to our Canvas courses is the online course template, and we fill this in with our topics. But I'm not going to. I don't want to jump into that too soon, because we have some other things that I'd like to have you take a look at now. So this is for those of you that are going to be wanting to pick up these notes online, because I can't navigate to my Canvas course in the notes. So I put a little bit of information in here so that those of you that want to have a copy of this to look at later on will have it. So the syllabus template you should have, and we talked about the contents there. We update that every time the course is offered. And so right now, I want to take just a break. I just want to say, I just want to take a break and see if there's any questions right now. Just a minute, so that if there's any questions, we can answer those right now. Okay.
None. You're good.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll carry on here. The next thing that we use is a course outline template, and this is a little bit more detailed, but what it's designed to do is to help instructors follow backward design, and we're going to learn a little bit more about that here in just a second. And what it does is it allows your objectives, your assessments, and your assignments to all align or work together to make sure that your students are going to be able to master those objectives that you have set out for them. Alignment is a biggie. It really ensures that students can master those objectives and the course purposes. The first section here is the general course overview this is a big form, so I don't have the whole form here, but hopefully you have it with you and you can take a look at it right now. The first page of our of this template just has the general course overview. It has the text, the instructor, the credit hours, and I just added some information from one of the courses I've taught in the past, just to show you that it lists the units, the name of the unit, the week, and what the contents of the weeks are, so that you have just kind of a general overview of that. The second section has the objectives, the assignments, and the questions in it. So if you have a course with 8 units, like ours would have for a 16-week course, you have in it, you would have, in each unit, you'd have 2 weeks, and in each week, you would have 3 sessions for the student to log into and read and perhaps do an assignment. But you'll notice here that for each session, you have an objective. And you would fill that in with, the student will be able to locate the jugular artery in a dog. And one of the things about objectives in professional education is that in some ways it's a little simpler because the AVMA and the CVTA have objectives and goals and competencies that veterinary students and veterinary technicians have to master. So some of those objectives are really things that come right out of those documents. So we can plug in those objectives, we can decide, and then we write our test questions. And that's what's called backward design, because we go from our objectives to the test questions. So we go objectives, test questions, and then we go back and say, all right, what am I going to do? What kind of assignment or activity am I going to do that will make sure that the student is able to answer those test questions correctly? And by doing that, you've made sure that everything works together and that you're following the same topic all the way through. This is a video that was put together by one of our highly talented instructional designers here at MU, and he does such a great job of describing backward design that I'm just going to let him explain it.
Backward design is a useful framework to build a college course. This framework contains 3 parts: objectives, assessments, and learning activities. These 3 elements work together to help create a course that can have a legacy long after the end of the semester. But what makes it backward? Where you start is what makes it backward. The common approach when designing a college course is to start with the stuff. You grab a textbook, and if you're lucky, it's broken into 16 chapters, and you can just cover a chapter a week for the semester and call it done. Ta-da! Instant course. That's a very common approach, but I would argue it's problematic for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, you're the expert in your context, not the textbook publisher. You know your discipline, your department, your university, and your learners better than the publishers. It's not that I think that they're just trying to exploit the attention of an academic's limited available time to sell you their products. No, or maybe I do. The instructor, not the textbook publisher, is in the best position to see the ultimate value of the course and to create something meaningful with their learners. And reason number 2, when you start with content, you're looking at the things of the course, not the destination. It's like preparing to go on vacation by first packing your suitcase. I've got sunscreen and a book to read and a sweater in case it's cold and some extra socks. I mean, I don't know where I'm going yet. My suitcase is packed. That's what makes backward design backward. You don't start with the suitcase, you start with the destination. The first step in backward design is creating objectives. It's imagining a time when the course is over and then asking, what is it I hope that students will have learned that will still be there and have value 2 years after the course is over? Your learners are long gone. What do you want them to still know and be able to do from your course? This is your vision for the course, where you dream beyond the 16 weeks of the semester. I've been asking faculty that question for a decade, and I have never heard the response, I want my learners to have read chapter 4 in their textbook. Think bigger than your content. And how you answer that question forms the basis of the learning goals, or the objectives. Objectives are simple statements that define your vision for the course from the perspective of your learners. My learners will be able to identify the forces involved in fluids at rest, describe public health as a system, identify the steps to developing a youth leadership development program plan. When you have your objectives, you move on to the second step, which is creating assessments. Begin by asking yourself, what would the learners have to do to convince me that they had achieved those objectives? The process of working out the answer to that question clarifies the real meaning of the learning objectives as you create the assessments. And the more honest your objectives are, the more authentic your assessments can be. Meaning, the projects you ask them to engage in actually look like the work of the discipline outside the classroom. So if your objective for your learners is identify the steps to developing a youth leadership development program plan, you can have your learners meet that objective in an authentic way by creating an actual youth development program that they could implement in their lives outside the class. That's an authentic and meaningful assessment. So you have your objectives and your major assessments. Then you move on to the third step, which is crafting learning activities. Here's where you ask yourself, what would the learners need to do during the course to be able to do well on these assessments? You know where you're going. You know what it would look like for your learners to get there. And now you're planning out how to prepare your learners for that journey. This could be readings from a textbook, video lectures, conducting experiments, guest presenters, or anything that helps your learners master what they need to master. Figuring out the content of the course is the last step in backward design. Now, you need all three elements for this process to work. If you don't have explicit objectives, your assessments and your learning activities, they may be enjoyable, but they will lack an obvious purpose. Without assessments, how will you know if your learning activities prepared your learners to reach and possibly reach beyond your objectives? And without learning activities, well, you miss the opportunity to help your learners practice their skills and are functionally setting them up to fail. These three elements are connected and continually interacting with each other. While I presented them to be fairly linear, in practice, there are always revisions along the way, especially with objectives. Starting with the textbook is a very common practice when designing a course. But the tension is that you're starting from the stuff as opposed to the vision. It's not that starting with the topics you want to cover is wrong, so to speak, but what if starting with content actually limits what you really want your students to learn? Backward design asks the question, what is it I hope that students will have learned that will still be there and have value 2 years after the course is over? It gives you a framework to build towards that vision, creating a learning experience that has a legacy long after the end of the semester.
So I hope that that explained backward design. I know that it was a much more interesting and colorful way to demonstrate backward design. Okay. This is a little bit of a schematic to show you another way to illustrate how backward design actually works. So we start with the goals or outcomes. You decide on how you're gonna test it, and some of this may be that you'll have your students actually performing a skill. I mean, that may be how your assessment is, and then you design your instruction to help your students be able to pass those assessments. Alignment it's a term that we hear all the time, and I did want to mention it just a little bit. Alignment ensures that all your critical course components, they work together, and that confirms that your students are achieving those learning outcomes. So that's what alignment is. It's not actually fixing the wheels on your car. And I think that in professional education, it's even more important because we have really specific objectives and skills that our students have got to be able to master in order to be successful in their profession. Our course schedule template is the required part of the syllabus. And so, and that's required again by the University of Missouri. And it includes the dates, it's all the details, okay? It's not, you know, just kind of the general information. It's the details. It tells you when the dates of tests are and the dates when they need to, perhaps have to have an assignment turned in, the topics. I usually include university holidays like Thanksgiving break, spring break, winter break. I include all those in there because actually, I put them in there to help me because it helps me plan my assignments a little bit better, so I'm not dumping a bunch of information on my students during a time when they're supposed to be able to recover. These are the top, this is the top 3 units from the course schedule template. And you'll notice here that here you at the top, you'll have your course number, and we use Canvas. Some, not everybody uses Canvas, but it works for whatever learning management system you have. Units, we usually just plug in the names here. Some people like to name their weeks if they have specific topics. I usually just get lazy and just name and just leave the weeks a number. But one thing I really want to show you here that has turned out to be something pretty important in our online course design is that we number our weeks consecutively. So we start with Unit 1, and in Unit 1 we have weeks 1 and 2. In Unit 2 we have weeks 3 and 4. And we do the same thing with our sessions. And what that does is that it helps our instructors and our students not to be confused, because when we say, I missed session 13 because I was sick, or I had to, I was required to do a project somewhere else, then we know exactly what topic that student's referring to, and the instructor can go right there and modify that course for the student. If you have 1, 2 in each week, then it quickly just gets messy and confusing. So that is what we do. In the part where it says, in the portion next to the number of sessions, then you can enter your topic might be nutritional value of certain types of dog food, or and then you could put your assignment in there. You might mention, well, there's a video that I'd like to have you watch, and so that those little spaces right next to each one of the sessions can be expanded for you to include whatever you need to include. So it can be modified and personalized in many different ways, because this is just it's a Word document. So when we have a faculty member that comes up to us and says, well, I really would love to teach a course on emergency management. And we say, well, sure, that sounds good. Here's our templates. We'd like to have you start out with putting your objectives together, and then we can create a course shell for you. And once that shell's there with the syllabus and the homepage and the units named, then our faculty have the opportunity to cut and paste from the documents they've already filled out. They cut and paste and put that right into their course shell. So it saves a bunch of time. One of the things that I found in working with Canvas is that if you work directly in Canvas, it gets kind of messy when you have to take something out from here and put it back in there, and it just kind of gets kind of messy. So it's nice to be able to do it in a Word document, because it's a little bit less messy. And then you've got the document, you've got all your materials together, and then the next time you teach the course, you go through that document and you say, oop, I need to change the textbook. There's a new version of the textbook, or it's free now, it's an ebook, or whatever you need to do, and you've got it there, and then you can just, again, put that right into your shell for your next semester. So I'm ready for any questions you might have, or if you'd like me to clarify anything, I'm ready to go.
Okay, so first question is, I like the 2-year out plan, works well with our students in a 2-year VT program. That's how I've always looked at each class. What from my class do they need to know as a working tech after they finish the program and know for boards? More of a statement, I guess.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I just want to let everyone know that they are very welcome to contact me if you've got further questions, or if you'd like to take a look at some of the other templates or files we have. It's been a real challenging course to go from a clinician to an administrator, particularly in online courses, because I've just never done that before. So I have lots of information, and I've had lots of great people that have supported me along the way. So I do have some good resources, and I'm very happy to share those with whomever.
Another question is, do you use Quality Matters as the guiding principles for the online materials?
Good question. We used to. Quality Matters was the way that their objectives and guidelines were what we used for our templates. And actually, they still govern the purposes behind our templates. The University of Missouri system recently consolidated all their campuses, and they use something now called the 5 pillars. But honestly, the Quality Matters standards fit right into those 5 pillars. I mean, there's just, other than kind of reorganizing it, it's the same thing. So we really haven't had to change any of our templates. I know that some of the other technician programs use Quality Matters, and it really is a good program.
Is your program there a full online program for VT?
It is not a full online program for veterinary technology, but we actually are in the process of, in the last stages of getting our proposal in. We submitted that and Dr. Cindy Cravens is our VT program director, along with Stephanie Gilliam. And we're offering that in association with one of our local community colleges. And things run very slowly, of course, as far as approvals go. But I think we're hoping to have our first veterinary technology students in fall of 22. So we're excited about that.
It looks like that's the end of the questions.
Okay. Well, I ended with this picture that I think is really pretty. So I just want to share a little bit of fall beauty with you guys, and just wish you the best as we navigate these wacko times. And thanks to everybody. You guys have this has really gone very seamlessly. Some great information today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This was wonderful. I really appreciate it.
Jen, before we move on to Rebecca, I want to go over those announcements real quick again, just in case anyone popped in or had to pop out. So here we go. So I want to thank the AVTE board and our conference committee for making today possible, as well as our sponsors, which you can see up here on the screen. We have NAVTA, AAVSB, Hippo Manager, Zindaver, VCA, and Vet Tech Prep. We thank you very, very much for your sponsorship. In terms of housekeeping, the video for today will be available in about a week. I will be sending out an email that includes the information for how to access that video and the resources from today as well. When you log out at the end, a survey will pop up, and that's how you will receive your CE credits, which will also be sent out the week with the video. Once you complete that, they can be sent out. If there's any hesitation on those, you can email me directly, and we'll work that out. If you run into any technical challenges during our last presentation with Rebecca Rose, use the chat feature, and I'll see what I can do to help you out. And then, everything in the Q&A feature, and then, hand it back over to Jen to introduce our last presenter of the day.
And I see she's there warming up. She's ready to go. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Rebecca Rose. She is a certified veterinary technician. She cares about and understands veterinary teams. She's a graduate from Colorado Mountain College in 1987, and she is the founder of Catalyst Veterinary Professional Coaches, LLC, and she is an amazing speaker, and you guys are just gonna love this. Handing it to you, Miss Rebecca.
So do we need to give people more time, or can I go ahead and just jump in and do this?
Jump in and do it, girl.
Awesome. Can everybody turn on their cameras? I miss seeing people's faces.
Rebecca, you won't be able to see the attendees.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Well, I want everybody to get up. I was originally going to be doing like a deep breathing exercise, but whether you have your camera on or not, I want everybody to get up and move around, because I know my hip flexors are tight as could be, and I bet you your hip flexors are tight as could be. I've got some highs going on, yeah. So let's get up and move those hips, and even think about what your students are experiencing for when they're sitting down for long periods of time. Stretch every now and then, engage with them and stretching, you know, make them get up and move around. We know that people that are sitting at their computers for long periods of time, it's not very healthy. Matter of fact, it's like the new smoking. And even for your hands too, do the high five. Like everybody, if I could see you, high five, high five. And we'd be stretching this way and stretching this way. But think about how you can continue to engage them and get them going. One of the other things I would have been doing had we been together is do some breathing, like filling up your chest, filling up your abdomen, holding it, doing a cleansing breath. Put yourself in that parasympathetic state. Even as students and educators, you're in some fight or flight positions, and that's your sympathetic state. When you're in your parasympathetic state, your calming state, you're far better off learning, engaging, participating in all of that. All right, so I'll sit back down now, and you can sit back down too, but I hope there's some energy out there. Another place that you need to go in order for you to learn. All right, I'm going to share my screen, and I do need for people to continue to chat, and I will be looking at my screen. And slideshow. So what you're going to be doing and how we're going to be doing that. Thank you. Brett, welcome to Vision to Action, integrating a healthy life and career within veterinary medicine and veterinary technology. All of these wonderful places that we can go. So see, I was going to have you do deep breathing or something because it moved into something. I felt we needed to get up and do some more moving. Let me get my piece here together. So here are some statistics. Now, when I gathered these statistics, they are from veterinary team members, from our surveys, which aren't that big, but I still feel that they have pretty good representation of what's going on. Because in order for us to do things better, we have to measure them. Oh, not everybody's seeing my screen.
We are here, Rebecca. It's Todd.
Oh, good. All right. I'll keep going.
We're checking on that. We'll keep going. We'll keep working with Carol.
Yeah, I think most other people can see it, so I think you're okay.
Great. So 32% of respondents know that no one else will take care of them but them. And 25% don't have time to take care of themselves because they are too busy helping others. Sound familiar? 34% eat unhealthy foods, more than they'd like, while 23% eat okay.
66% feel they drink an adequate amount of water. Yes, water is hugely important in health and well-being. Exercise percentages were all over the board, and you're even going to see those in the surveys you sent me. A large majority, 46%, felt they got okay sleep, but it's not always great. Just some statistics. Again, in order for us to even measure well-being and bring it into people's forefront and bring it into our conversations and improve upon it, we have to start measuring it somewhere. So as I was introduced, I am Rebecca Rose. I'm long in the tooth. I heard that earlier today, and I love that saying for us large animal technicians and educators. I worked in mixed animal practice for over 13 years. And most importantly now, guys, I am Kason's grandma and Renly's grandma. I'm Nana Rosie. That's a wonderful place to be. And as you know, even my career had to be morphed and shift into virtual learning platforms. I'm usually at conferences, as I'm at retreats, I'm creating retreats. And these are actually women that participated in one of our retreats that had to be morphed and flexed right away during COVID. And I was so very proud of them for doing that. We even went out to a ranch and had an equine assisted coaching session. I mean, we are really doing some amazing things in the world of virtual education. And the more we stretch ourselves, I think the better experience our students are going to have. So today we're going to talk about values, vision, and mission statements and the benefits of those. What is holistic well-being? Work-life blend, you've all heard about the balance, and I feel that really does place us in this one or the other, and I want to talk about a blend. And hopefully we have time to do a SMART goal. You may be familiar with Steve Covey's idea of beginning with the end in mind, one of his 7 habits. So as we go through this program, and even the whole entire day, I need for you to walk away with 3 priorities, regardless if those priorities are from my program or the other programs that you listened to. There were some fabulous things going on here. I do believe in fear-free for your veterinary technician students. I can go on, but I want for you to come up with 3 priorities. And we're going to share some of those priorities at the end. And I also want you to get ready to do some chatting as well in the chat box for me. I know we've got questions and answers, but I also want you to chat with me. There is a link in the chat that directs you to a website where you can find this worksheet that we're going to download. If you haven't done it already and even printed it off or put it on your, if you've got like 2 screens going, that would be fantastic. I'm not going to have you fill all of it out, but I want you to have that seed in front of you. I want you to see this worksheet and see that it is valuable. Plus, you can have all of these resources for your students once they're properly downloaded on this website for you. And I'm sure Jess will help us get these worksheets to your students as well. Thank you for the 26 people that filled out my survey. I appreciate it. It helps create this tangible or intangible idea of health and well-being and makes it visual. In most cases, that makes it tangible. I was happy to see that many of you feel that your career in veterinary technology is great. That's awesome. That makes me so happy. And that even people think it's incredible, that you're good and it's okay. Now, I think this is also going to be impacting your survey responses as we move forward too. But I feel that within your career as an educator, it's more proactive versus being on the floor within a veterinary hospital, which is so much reactive, especially in these days and times. But that's exciting. I think it's exciting. So we can do better. This is specific to your conversation. So I was busily collating all of your responses the other day. And I came away with some pretty good gems. So responses were, I have a hard time saying no. How many of you have a hard time saying no? Yeah. So the measurements, because you have to be specific in a measurement, would be agree to 2 inquiries or requests in a semester. I know I get bombarded every day with requests. Rebecca, volunteer for this. Can you do this project? Yada, yada, yada. And I'm going to talk about how do I prioritize those things with my values, vision, and mission. I don't like to leave things undone. Yeah. We are very geared and detail oriented, and this might be something difficult for a number of you. So an example might be prioritize setting an example by leaving on time 4 days a week. Now, the other piece of this is that your students are watching you. They're watching the way you teach, the way you present yourself, the professionalism you have, and how do you show up in well-being. Equally important, are you helping them see and live healthy and being that example of leaving on time? I think within our veterinary teams that are in veterinary hospitals and other organizations, this is a big one. Setting that, I'm going to leave on time as a priority and celebrating that. Now, the other piece is I don't like to delegate. Think about even our veterinarians in veterinary hospitals having a difficult time delegating. How are you exemplifying that? Become a chief empowerment officer of 5% of your tasks. That's a way of measuring it. Being really clear in how are you going to measure that, and how are you going to say, yes, I did it. Now, something that showed up is how do you rank your personal self-care? It showed up as a 2, a little over 2. That's between okay but lacking and average. This is not uncommon. I coach within the veterinary sphere and community, and I coach other people as well, and this is pretty much what we see all over the board. We can all do better in prioritizing our health and well-being, being able to have that full cup or even that cup half full in order for us to give our best during the day to our students, our pets, our clients, whatever that looks like for us in our workplace. So I'm going to be moving gears here into crafting your personal values, vision, and mission statement. There was only a few of you that had actually crafted a personal values, vision, and mission statement, and even fewer that had done all of them. These have been instrumental with the team members I've helped to coach within and beyond the veterinary community. Those guiding principles. So we know that your career, your day is in your hands alone. Going back to that even earlier statistic about how I know it's my job to take care of me, I just have a really hard time doing it. I'm going to encourage you and I'm going to challenge you to put yourself at a high priority. Put yourself first. Being able to say, putting myself first is not selfish. It's quite contrary to that. In order for you to provide and to support all of these other people and all of these other pets and students within our lives, we have to have enough in our tank to do so. So please, again, look at that worksheet, print it off, and walk through this with me. Now, the way that this works is it's a morphing, moving, especially when you start at first, idea or concept. And even if you say, okay, I'm going to start working on my values, vision, and mission, and I'm going to give myself a good week to 10 days to morph it, to massage it, to feel what is good to me, what words resonate with me, what lands good. And even asking other people, does this feel like a good mission statement? Does this really support me in my external drivers. I mean, it's good to get that feedback. And even as educators, I think even if we ask ourselves or ask our students for that feedback, it places us in that leadership role and vulnerability place. Makes us more approachable even. Okay. Hold on one moment. I want to see what's going on here. Okay. So there is a wonderful poem by Marianne Williamson. And this poem winds up in probably 90% of my programs in some way or fashion. But I'm actually going to read all of it to you. I really want you to focus on these words. So settle in, maybe even wiggle a little bit in your seats and settle in. Breathe deeply. This is called Our Deepest Fear. Oops, apologize here. Our deepest fear. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it is in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. I love this part about this. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. That is powerful. It's hugely powerful. This is in your downloads and resources. The first time I ever heard that, I was with the Colorado State University students. It was during their orientation. I was asked and very honored to be a part of their orientation for a number of years. The first time I heard that, I just tingled and felt, wow, that is just amazing. Yes, Deneen, that's what we want for our students, most definitely. And to share this with them, even at some point in time, saying, this is what I want for you, shows them that this is their potential. Really, I always think of too, letting this little light shine. I'm not gonna let it blow out, right? Let your light shine, people. Let your light shine during your classes, and let your light shine as well when you are a veterinary technician and you are working with pets and you are with a team and your clients. Let it shine, people, let it shine. Thank you. So these are the benefits of defining the values, vision, and mission. Oftentimes I hear, gosh, that sounds so corporate. It sounds so cold. Well, it's not. It actually gives you some really good tools and foundational pieces in order for you to tweak where you're going, identify what does work for you. When you can say no and yes, these are some benefits. I'm jumping ahead of time, but it's powerful, very powerful. When you define it, you declare it, and you share it. Taking these things that are thought to word to deed. So these are some of the benefits. To clearly communicate a direction in your life. Hallelujah. Wouldn't we all like that? To help make day-to-day day-to-day decisions, to keep focused. And one of my tools I use every single day is my calendar, my Google Calendar, my electronic calendar. And it's driven by my values, vision, and mission, what I put on that calendar, what I don't put on that calendar. To stay motivated. Say no gracefully, which we'll continue to elaborate on. So these are just a few of the benefits. I'm going to ask you in a little bit later, especially for the people that have their values, visions, and missions defined, how have they helped you? So that's a question I'm going to ask pretty soon. So when you're creating these values, visions, and missions, be bold, be bright, be courageous, because if you're not, as Marianne Williamson says in her Our Dearest, Deepest Fear, we want you to reach your highest potential, and that's within you, and it has to be fully defined. We are a kaleidoscope of colors, which is what makes us all so unique, and we have different passions. We have different ideals. We have different things that we want to be doing within, even as educators, as students. So create these without boundaries and allow for your authentic self to shine. Even if she hasn't or he hasn't shined or shown for a while, I want your authentic self to be fully present in this, to be the driver of how you're creating this. So working through that sheet, hopefully you have it in front of you. Those personal beliefs. When I first started working with veterinary team members about values, it was difficult for them to understand, what do I value? So I had to change it. Well, what do you believe about this? So just making that tweak in what do you believe? And even in those sentences, helped to really make that shift to the values. So defining our values, these are beliefs we hold dear to us, allowing us to find direction and drawing to us others with similar values. When we know what we cherish and identify aptitudes and attitudes, we draw more of that to us. More of that to us. So these are my values as an example. These are not for you. You don't have to, I don't want you to latch onto these. I just want you to see what my values are. I hugely value relationships. Matter of fact, there's so many people even on this class that I've had relationships and built wonderful friendships and workships through the years. I value that. Probably, I have to say, yeah, more than anything else. I value creativity. I value problem solving, sustainability, and courage. I like to see people stretching themselves. I stretch myself all the time. If there's not a day that I'm not going, oh my God, what have I done today? That's the courage piece. And I like to see that in other people as well. And celebrate it. When I recognize it, celebrating it. So these beliefs and values can be defined further by answering these questions. There's more on your worksheet. I'm just giving some examples. So serving students, what do I believe? Fill in the blank. Let it flow. Don't overthink it. The things that come to your mind first, there's a reason for that. Don't judge it. Don't say, where did that come from? Don't overreact to it. Put it down. In regard to serving students, this is what I believe. In regards to my personal time and satisfaction, I believe being with my family is important. If you truly value that, then getting out on time is going to be a high priority because you've got evening meals and you've got all these other things. See how this works? Fill in the blank here. I hold blank in high regard when it comes to my time. Efficiency. All right, if I truly hold efficiency and I'm on Facebook page and I look at it and it says, oh my gosh, an average of 3 hours a day, I'm not valuing that. So there's more questions. Take the time in the future to fill these out. Now I'm going to give you a list, and it's also a copy on my website too, of core values lists. Even your students might benefit from having this too, saying, what are core values? Well, mine were courage, could be integrity, honesty. When I work with team members, there's quite oftentimes a repeats, respect. Well, let's dive in a little more deeper. What does respect mean? Because that's a really broad concept. I respect being timely. That's awesome. I value being timely. I value other people being timely and on time. There's even an exercise too where you can create cards to help people shift their values and then coming up with what really resonates with them, the top 5 or even 3 or 4, however many they want to have. But these core values gives them some guidance. Moving on to a vision, defining your vision. The vision is on the lofty side of the big idea. Again, free of boundaries, all boundaries, free of judgments, all judgments, in what you want to be, do, and how that is perpetuating your passion. So oftentimes people will say, well, free of judgments and boundaries. Tell me more about that. Free of, I can't afford it. Take that off the plate. That's not part of this exercise. I can't do it where I live. Take it off the plate. That's not part of this exercise. My significant other, my children, all of these other things are weighing me down. Take it off the plate. Those are excuses and not allowing for us to really look at and be really big and bold in the vision. So what I want to be and do without judgment and without boundaries. Don't overthink it. You're going to hear that a couple times, right? Don't overthink this. Let it flow. So this is my vision. Now keep in mind, I first created my values, vision, and mission when my children were teenagers. You will now see my children are having children. So over probably 17 years ago is when I first created this first statement here. My vision, to be a physically fit, spiritually hip granny, didn't even have grandchildren at the time, with time and resources for my friends, family, and grandchildren. Those were and still are my vision. And these really do drive so frequently, where am I putting my energies? As an example, my son told me the other day, Mom, we're gonna have Kason's first birthday on the 3rd of October. I'm like, all right, sweetheart, that's awesome. I've got a presentation on the 1st. I can drive to Durango, be there for the party, and then I'm gonna have to stay at his house for an extra night, hop on his Wi-Fi, and present for the Washington State VMA on Sunday. Because I'm gonna make all of that work. Because being with that grandbaby, as many of you know, or being with children, or being with a spouse, or being with a relationship, being in that place outweighs some of the discomforts of how that has to come together. All right, so the second part of my vision is to passionately lead by example while assisting others to find their groove and fulfill their personal goals and aspirations. Yeah, fun stuff. This can be fun. Now, you know, Wayne Dwyer might have had a more prophetic, if that's a true word, mission, values, vision, and mission statement. But this works for me. And what I want you to create has to resonate and work for you. So that vision, without boundaries, in regards to advocating and serving, how do you see yourself serving in the future? And how do you even see yourself in that health and well-being piece, part of that? Physically fit granny. We can always improve on that. So defining the mission. What I do on a daily basis that brings me joy, abundance, those resources, financial stability, and connection to the people who I most align with. Doing and being what makes me feel good. Doing and being what makes me feel good. My mission is to build masterful, passionate veterinary teams and coach individuals to offer what is best for the pet owner, the veterinary team, and the hospital, because I most frequently work with veterinary teams. You, as an educator, are right in the middle of this as well. All right, so your vision, but this is also where I want to open it up. So before we go into your vision, I want you to tell me whether you have a values, vision, and mission statement or not, or you see the benefits of it. What benefits do you see in having these? Put them in the chats. What benefits do you see in having a values, vision, and mission? Oh, see, I'm seeing all sorts of wonderful names. Hello, everybody. I didn't know you were here. Hugs to everybody. Woo, it makes me so happy. Yes, so we're seeing a whole bunch of stuff. Exactly. Oh, so Julia Hansen said, yes, you're going to identify your time focused on what is in your values, vision, and mission. Helps to ground you. You guys are doing fabulous. Prioritizing. So 7 habits of highly effective people. Putting first things first. That's exactly what values, visions, and missions gets to do. Taking time for me. Yes, and putting it on your calendar. On my calendar, I have time for Rebecca. I have time to meet for lunch dates. I have time for taking Tilly for a walk. Seriously, I do. It's on there that pops up. Get your butt off the seat and take Tilly for a walk. And I actually have an accountability buddy because I was not doing this very well. I was meeting with managers in the Colorado Veterinary Medical Association. They were practice managers, and I made the comment about how that physically fit part's been really difficult the last few months, right? And I said, I'm failing. So I need to get an accountability buddy. And one of the practice managers chatted to me. She says, I will be that person. So we now are holding each other accountable. We're taking, she's got her wristband on hers, and I take my phone with me, and we share how many steps we've taken. It's a movement buddy. So stop flying by the seat of your pants. Yeah, it is. It's that rudder. These values, vision, and mission are these rudders. You guys got this. You see the value even for your students. How often do your students feel, I'm overwhelmed because I don't really know, yeah, I'm a student, but I'm also a parent, a spouse. You know, I have all of these other things vying for my time. Well, let's start prioritizing by using those values, vision, and mission. Someone has had a values, vision, and mission statement for 25 years. All right, so with that, let's move into, if you have those values, vision, and mission statements, share them. So Evelyn says, live from my strengths. Absolutely. To care, help, and serve others. No matter if I am teaching or playing music with a worship team or just loving my husband. Exactly. Live in that, being in that strengths, letting your light shine. Sweetheart, you're doing it. That's fantastic. Yes, having values, vision, and mission, let me try again. Having values, vision, and mission can help build confidence. And how many of your students wouldn't value that or find comfort in building their confidence? So I'm going to continue to write, if you have any segments of values, vision, and mission in the chat. Oh, Evelyn, thank you. I love you for that. She says that she offers a values, vision, and mission statement at orientation. That's fantastic. Well, it could be other times in the year, but that's a good one. I'm going to keep moving, but tell me more about your values, vision, and mission. So someone in your survey wrote that I firmly believe in the golden rule, serenity prayer, and strive to be the best you can be. Plus, there's always plan B. I love that. And this too will pass, right? Whether it's good or bad. There has been many times in my life, it's like, what doesn't kill me today makes me stronger tomorrow. And I like this. There's always plan B. Very good. Thank you again for sharing in the chat. I appreciate that. So here we go into some of these surveys. Looking at my time, I'm doing good. Our students and faculty engage in these activities, whether before or during COVID. Now, even in my surveys, which is something I hope that you're doing with your students, again, for these visuals, because graphs are fantastic, but we're also building trust with low risk conversations. This is a low risk conversation. Tell me more about your traditions. Tell me more about your fun activities. What kind of training do you have? But this shows me that you are having fun activities. Fantastic. I was really excited to see all of the community outreach. That's fabulous. That you're helping them with healthy resolution of conflict. Your teams and your students need that more than ever before. Great to see so many people engaging with their NAVTA chapter and even being nominated as chapter of the year. And so few are offering well-being training. I know it's not in your curriculum, but let's figure out how we can offer some of this more frequently. Possibly having, oh, I don't know, we're going to come up with some other examples, but let's talk about how expressing more frequently what kind of exercising they're doing, and similar to what we're going to be going through, how can we bring these ideas into your student curriculum or into your days? Someone wrote in as a side note, we have our school's counselor come and talk to our students about mental health and burnout. Hallelujah, yay. I'd like to see that on a quarterly basis, on a weekly basis. I don't always get to see the fun stuff, right? That I get to see some of the harder things that our teams are dealing with. I am happy to announce that I have a launch for a post-vention toolkit that I'm going to tease you guys with. It'll come out on the 29th, and I'll be sure to forward that to Jess and to Todd so that you too within your schools will have this kit. But I think that's a fantastic thing to be doing here. I see some chats coming up. Hold on a second. So we have other people too that we have counselors visit the classroom. That's fantastic. AHA has their healthy culture and well-being. They even have a certification in that. That's sweet. So I see there's an abundance of chat going on. Keep it up because I know you have some amazing resources that you can be sharing with each other in this regard. Okay, moving on here. This is what I call the fine art of self-care. It's not going to seem so fine. You might seem really elementary, but consider these things as being self-care and a place to start. I made sure to drink 8 ounces of water every hour and made pit stops during the day, right? Good point. All veterinary team members and students could be doing that. I took 20 minutes to eat my lunch at the picnic table outside. Yes, celebrate that. I left the office at 5 and did not take any homework with me. Wow. Very good. Now I understand this is more difficult now than ever before because your office, you know, I'm in my bedroom because this is where I get the best Wi-Fi, but your home now is your office. So how do you blend that? How do you make all of that work? Still have to turn it off. One of the things I did the other day, maybe even like a week or so ago, maybe a month now, is I closed and turned off all of my notifications at like 5 o'clock in the evening. They come back at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I watched this video the other day and even defined further how to turn off ourselves looking at the phone all the time. It actually increases health and well-being, believe it or not. All right, so I asked in your survey, and earlier today, Jen and Dr. Hurrell were doing word clouds. I think word clouds are great. And if you can create them with your students, it's their words. And then you can put them places so they can see what are your words, or create a desktop feature. But these are the things that you told me you're doing. You're playing games, you're spending time with the family, you're sleeping better. There's a small word of wine. Hold on a second. I have everything listed here that you told me you're doing. You're taking naps, you're interacting with your dogs and your friends, gardening, a whole plethora of things that you were doing, which is good. Taking long baths, one of my favorite things. Reading books, painting, yes. You know, and the thing of it is sharing with your students what it is, what you do on your downtime. Exemplifying these behaviors. Saying, guys, I'm leaving on time today, and when I go home, I'm going to have that birthday cake with my family because we're celebrating. Let them see what it is you're doing. Let them see that you have hobbies. You have a life outside of veterinary education. You have a life outside of veterinary technology. Wine should be bigger, yes. So again, creating opportunities for your students to share, how are they having self-care? How does that show up for them? And it's different for everybody. I, for one, love massages, right? But there's a lot of people that don't. So keep in mind, self-care looks different for everybody. You know, self-care does include getting your physical exams, getting your mammograms, going to the dentist. Self-care even includes making sure that your car is maintained properly. I mean, there's so much into self-care, right? You're thinking, Rebecca, auto car, really? Yeah. If I can't get into my car and feel safe, I need to have that. I need to know that I'm safe. Psychological safety too for our students. All right, so this is, I asked in the survey, what 3 words would your students define you as, describe you? I love it. Caring. Your students, you feel your students see you as caring. That's fantastic. Helpful. Some of you aggressive, passive, hardworking, friendly, approachable. I like it. As we learned earlier too, we want our program directors and our teachers to show leadership. You have to. So Sue made a, you know, you have to help and support your students in taking the time for themselves. It is not selfish. I have my daughter creates a lot of my visuals for me. She created this really beautiful piece about, you know, taking care of yourself is not selfish. And I will be sure to put that onto the website so that you can have that download. We have to reiterate this for you as educators and for your students as well. All right, so here we go, moving on, but that's lovely that you see that your students, now the other side of this is that the students do this feedback for you as well. So how do they see you? A little higher risk conversation. I'm going to remind you that we're beginning with the end in mind. I asked you to highlight some of these things that are aha moments for you. What are some of the top priorities either in my class or in a previous class that you want to implement? I'm a firm believer in SMART goals, and I'll show you why and how. So keep writing down on your top priorities what you feel you want to take away from this. Our next topic is wellness and well-being. Two very distinct things, to be honest. So simply, well-being includes wellness. So I can remember when we were coming up with the wellness packages within our veterinary hospitals. The wellness packages include the vaccinations, the physical exam, the blood chemistries, taking those baselines. That's the wellness. That's how I visualize this. Very small part of the well-being, the holistic approach to us as human beings. On the AVMA website, which someone's already commented about in the chat, the AVMA has wonderful health and well-being tab and section, and I found this there. They even have handouts too that your students could find valuable. You might be able to find valuable. The NAVTA website has a well-being tab specific to veterinary team members. I think we only have 5 categories, but you see here, this holistic approach to well-being includes the mind, the body, the spirit, plus other aspects of our life. The emotional, the physical, financial, intellectual, occupational, environmental, social, and spiritual. And all of this, whether you're defining it or not, is a part of our life. And what we know too is that it kind of can be off kilter, and it comes back to our values. What do we value? And that's really going to drive how we bring this into our life. Super, we got a good chat going on over there. What I'm going to suggest is that you take your meds. Oh, no, this is a good thing. And if you are, this is my granddaughter, Renly, but for us, meds mean meditation, mindfulness, exercise, diet and water, and sleep. These are core to our creating that blend, creating that balance. And it's simple. Meditation, exercise, diet, and sleep. Take your meds. But also, if you are on medications for anxiety, take those as well. If you are antidepressants, take those as well. Have that conversation too. So it's important to keep all of these things simple in order for us to make these transformations and habit changes, right? As I explained, in the past, it's been easier for me to get more exercise. COVID hit, I get out of the house once a week. I go grocery shopping. I take an hour and a half to cruise around the Target. It's another place of getting my steps in. But what is important to you? What value do you have on these? And even what do you need to in the future? So the survey you sent me said, and I apologize that this was not properly populating because you could only choose one, but it still shows that the number of you hold exercise as an important piece of your health and well-being. That's fantastic. In that you have hobbies outside of work. Very good. And again, help your students see and know and understand that. It is difficult to establish and maintain those healthy boundaries. And I have some resources for us to do that. Matter of fact, it's even our next open forum. Our entire conversation will be on how to do that. Healthy boundaries personally and professionally. But you also were able to extend that, and you wrote out for me a number of things that you're doing for yourselves, and I am so proud of you. Someone did write, and this is perfectly common, and I'm grateful that they did make this comment. None of the above. I am not very good at self-care, even though I know it can make all the difference. Yeah, it's tough. I tend to put everything else first. And the challenge is putting yourself first so that you can have that full tank, so that you can give as much as you can, because we can't give when we're on a quarter tank. Ooh, that didn't show up so well, but it says, we've been told a lie that we can balance our time and energy between career and life. How is that working for you? Compartmentalizing family, hobbies, career advancement, relationships, and veterinary medicine. And to be honest, I hear all the time, it's very difficult. And then again, coming back to this idea of balancing looking like this, where there has to be give and take and compromise. But what I'm suggesting is that we have this work-life blend, which now is even more in our prevalent in our day because we're working from home. Our students are working from home. Yes, some of them are going into classes, and I understand, but what does this work-life blend look like? There's a blog on that website for this, and it helps show that for each position of team member on a veterinary hospital or within an organization has an opportunity to do a work-life blend. The example I gave actually was from when I was working at Town and Country Animal Hospital, much younger version of me. And my veterinarians understood that, one, I loved to teach, even back then. So back then means like the early 90s, the mid 90s. So they would allow for me to stay on the clock, and I would go to 4-H classes and teach and support those 4-H members and those leaders. I spoke with, as an example, but there were so many more, the Get Your Goat Club and Boots to Bridles Club. But that's an example of passion as a veterinary technician, team member, blending my community outreach with what I do as my profession. And it's okay to have some of those blends, and it's good to say that I have these boundaries too within values, vision, and mission. So people are like, well, Rebecca, that just seems so wrong. But you're gonna see that once you have those values, vision, and mission, you can create these blends with intent. And you know that's why you're doing it. It's not, my family's over here, my work's over here, my passion's over here, my 4-H students and members are over here, community outreach is over here. How can I bring those together, kind of multitasking, if you will, to make that work for you? I found this picture and I love it. It's like my favorite picture of work-life blend. And I see there's a lot of things going on in chat, but I can't get to it for some reason. Haha, there it is. Ooh, I'm not seeing, but I like just even the word, people are afraid to fail. Yeah, that's when we have our biggest moments and aha moments. Oh, I wish I could read more, but it looks like you guys have a really good conversation going on over there. I do have an entire article too on, perfection not serving veterinary teams. So I'll put that in the resources as well. We are, we all have having this hominid experience, and we are imperfect. There, we said it. We're imperfect. I'll tell you, I'll be the first one to tell you I am imperfect, right? I already said I apologize. I screwed up on a survey. There's probably 4 other things that I screwed up. I know I did on this slide. I'm just not telling you. The point is, with our students and our technicians, when we get into the hospital setting, are they working in a place that recognizes we all are imperfect as well? Every single one of us, veterinarians, receptionists, practice managers, we're here to have this imperfect experience. We pray that every day we have policies in place that help us to medicate properly, not overdose, and that if those things do happen, that we have the wherewithal to go to the procedure and the policies to not necessarily just the person that was at fault, but what broke down in the system. Ooh, get me off on a tangent, but that's why I have slides, so I can come back to this. All right, so I'm coming back to my slide deck. That's why I have slide decks. All right, so from your personal perspective, are the day-to-day work experiences below, just right, or a mismatch? Now remember, number 2 is a mismatch. So we're saying that within our days, I see this in all industries, the amount of work to complete in a day. Now, is that self-inflicted, or are we truly overtasked from our job descriptions? The frequency of surprising and unexpected events, even as educators, is a mismatch. We're experiencing far too much of that. I can only imagine too, throw in COVID, compounding everything. I do like to see that we're getting closer to a match on opportunities for professional advancement. Very good. But isn't it wonderful to see the visuals here? That's what's so nice about these graphs. All right, I'm going to keep powering through here because I want to give a few minutes for questions and answers. This is what you've told me is your challenge. Time, leaving on time, prioritizing, and that there are solutions. You gave me a slew of solutions, and you've been showing us a slew of solutions too in the chat. I liked that you shared your successes with your husband. That was the most prevalent piece, but I'm going to also challenge you to share your successes more frequently with your students. Share your failures and successes from what I'm seeing. All right, tools and work-life blend. Life and career are integrated this way, that we stop compartmentally, that's easy for you to say. Stop compartmentalizing because it's stressful. Don't overcommit. Saying no gracefully. Maximizing efficiency, which I saw I know is a big deal for all of you, and to really test those time suckers. Prioritizing your values, vision, and mission, and then using a calendar to keep your appointments, to include self-care, which is what some of you even said. Yes, put your self-care, your physical exams, exercise, all that fits into those 10 categories, your spirituality, your mental health, put it all on your calendar, make it happen. And seek help, be vulnerable. Setting those healthy boundaries, which is one of our free open forums coming up. When I'm looking at values, vision, and mission, this is what I come up with as a visual. Your values are the foundation to that. Your vision is what motivates you, and your mission is how you show up every day. And that's what people see. People see you in your state of mission. So beginning with the end in mind, I'd like for you to share with me your 3 priorities. And am I out of time? I can't remember exactly what my time frame was. Am I out of time?
No, you're good. You've got 20 minutes.
Oh, I still have 20 minutes. Yeah. Hallelujah. We're perfect then. Yay. All right. So please share with me some of your top priorities, regardless of them being in my class or other priorities throughout the day. What were your top priorities? We're not done yet because we're going to go through a SMART goal. I just want to see what your priorities are from your classes. Because what happens is you sit in these 4 hours and you got, yeah, I got a list of 23 things I'm going to go accomplish. Yeah. And what happens is you get back to work, or you get back to your place, or you sit down in 20 minutes to go to work, and you're overwhelmed by the list of 23. You can tackle 3. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. You can tackle 3. So tell me, what are your top 3 priorities? And so these are creating into those aha moments, possibly moving into a goal that you want to accomplish after going through this program. You know, I could see a lot of you may have, I'm going to go fill out that survey on rabies. That's a great goal, easy to obtain. Celebrate that you did it. Ooh, NAVTA refocus. Of course, you're going to know I'm gold star for Lisa. And yes, focusing on me, but to what degree, Lisa? Tell me a little more. What are you going to do for you? More chocolate bonbons, which is fine. You can do that. But what is it you're really going to do for yourself? Frozen chicken broth and mats for tables. I like it. Good, good. Yes, because that was part of the fear-free part. Love it. Okay, keep telling me. Put my meds on my calendar. Ooh, Jamie, very good. I like it. Meds. And it's easy to remember, just like any, 4-letter acronym. Meditation, exercise, diet, and sleep, in water. Gotta throw in the water, guys. Water's not Mountain Dew, not coffee, not tea. They all help, but water. See, look at what you've got going. I like the one tool. I do some, yes. So helping prioritize, maybe even completing your values, vision, and mission statement, and then sharing them with others. I think you guys have a chat where you can share your values, vision, and mission. When it's shared, that's when you get to stick to it. Just like I do with my my moving ability, accountability buddy. Yes, accomplish one main task a day, precisely. The night before is when I put my priorities together for the next day, and Sunday evening for almost 45 minutes, I prioritize my week. It's on my calendar. I do it. I make sure I do it. All right. All right. I suggest that you even do this more often with your students, saying, what are your priorities, for this week? We call them in our mindfulness and gratitude sessions, we call them, what is the intent? What is the intent for today? What is the intent for the week? And even in Laurie's class earlier, before mine, you're talking about how do we set our students up for the intent? What you're gonna learn today, what are you gonna learn this week? Prioritizing that, helping set in that. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the next slide, which I'm pretty sure is our goals slide, a SMART goal, and then I'm going to come back to your chat and we're going to come up with something that we're going to fill out in. All right, yes, I like it when slides appear when they're supposed to. All right, so let's come up with a goal here. Some of you know how I use this. I use this for technician associations. I use this for welfare organizations. I use SMART goals at the end of the majority of my workshops because there has to be something tangible. We have to make something. Ooh, better relaxation tips. That's awesome. 10,000 steps per day. Fantastic. Deneen, we're gonna go with that one. All right, I like it, because I just experienced it, and so we're gonna walk through that together. 10,000 steps per day. Great goal, because it's tangible, it's measurable, right? All right, so coming to my SMART goal. Specific, measurable, actionable, accountable too, that it's realistic and timely. So specific for this goal would be, we're going to label it 10,000 steps per day. Simple enough. Measurable. Before I got my accountability buddy, I was happy to get 1,000 steps. And I know that because it's on my little app here. You've got that little Heart app, depends on what phone you have, but I've got an iPhone. And my steps were showing me when I'm staying at home, 1,000 steps around my house doing work. I am burning no calories. I'm eating probably 2,500 calories, and I'm just, no wonder why I've got the 5-pound COVID spread to the 10-pound COVID spread. But anyway, measurable. I was getting 1,000, and I just bumped it up to 4,500 steps because I wanted it to be realistic. I didn't want to set myself up for failure. Caitlin, who's younger than me and a practice manager, she put up her bump. She didn't even bump to 10,000, but we made it realistic so that we could do it and succeed at it. And then we're going to bump it up as we do it. Actionable and accountable. I'm holding myself accountable, and Caitlin, we have this buddy system going. When you're doing something with your students, I suggest that you have, like if you're putting together a project, 2 people accountable and actionable. More action would be that Caitlin and I had to set up on our calendar on Sunday, we share our steps so that we can track it. You know, some days I do really good, so I make up the difference because I'm being held accountable. Even for me, I need that. I need that monkey, you know, not that monkey, but that Jiminy Cricket on my shoulder. Realistic. I also want you to know that you're setting yourself up for allowing for those 21 days of a habit. And sometimes we even know it has to be 6 months for a habit in order for it to become that thing that happens without thinking about it. Walking Tilly is still the priority, so her and I get out so she doesn't grab onto her COVID pounds. Like, so Tilly is on my walking list as well. What else here? Timely. Caitlin and I committed to doing it for 3 months, and then we're going to reevaluate it and hopefully bump it up. And I see a lot of chat going on. How wonderful. Gratitude journal. I love it. Hi, Sam. Check in again at 90 days, precisely. I usually go with a 3-month check-in, but also check-ins in between. What I find is that I ask veterinary team members, do you know what a SMART goal is? And 70% of the people will go, yeah, I know what it is. Do you use it? And half of the hands will say, yes, we use it. And are you using it properly? And no, because people don't fill it out like this. They don't properly fill it out and use it. And bring it back to the table. Bring it back to the notebook. Bring it back to your meetings. Where are we in this? So the timely piece is, Caitlin and I are checking on each other on Sundays. We've been really good about it. It's easy for us to text each other our numbers. We're not counting calories or any of that kind of stuff because I'm piss poor at that. So I'm not going to do that because I wouldn't do it. Make sure you're doing things that are going to be accountable, that you can make sure happen. Stretch yourself, yes, but also set yourself up for success. What else is here? 3 months. And then celebrate. We haven't come up with our celebration yet, but I assure you, Caitlin and I will probably just simply be meeting for a picnic because we don't otherwise. So for us to have a picnic in 3 months period of time and just checking in with each other would be that celebration piece. Cool. I think we're ready for You've Got This. Crafting your values, vision, and mission. You've got the tool. I suggest you share it with your students as well after you've done it. That there's this idea of the holistic peace and well-being versus just the wellness. We breeze through that really fast. There's so much more to it. That there's a work-life blend. Being able to say no, I feel, is probably going to be one of the biggest lessons that you ever have to liberate yourself. And that you know why you're saying no. And then be kind and give yourself time when you're creating these new habits. and developing this mindfulness in well-being. Okay, I think we have time for questions and comments. Jess, help me out here.
So just if you've got questions, type them in the question box, but if you've got comments, just chat them up in the chat box.
I love seeing everybody being so chatty in the chat box.
I know, it's been awesome. Rebecca, this has been so good.
And I know you guys can capture this as well. I would love for you to capture that and send it to me.
Yeah, we'll send you the recording.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but usually when I close out my Zoom, there's the content of this chat.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, and it's hugely valuable.
I'll leave it to the experts.
Yes, I'll see what I can do for you.
Yeah, it should just pop up when you finish this, when it condenses or whatever that is, and it winds up in a file. There's going to be the chat content.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so the gratitude journal is a fantastic piece. I know that a number of practice managers have introduced it for veterinary students, and it's kind of a 50-50 piece. Some people like to do it and some find it too daunting. But if you can create a gratitude journal, it's great. Or just your practice of being grateful and sharing and expressing gratitude. On the weekdays, I meet with people and we have the mindfulness and gratitude and then the intent for the day. So we're setting ourselves up for the gratitude and the intent every single day. Good. Deneen, I'm glad you enjoyed this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deneen. You've been just on fire with your comments today, too.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Thanks for joining us.
And so people are liking the graphs. Again, if you can take anything in wellness and well-being or values, vision, and mission and create a graph, make it tangible. Visualization, as you know, because you're such great educators, is a big part of that learning, of making something stick, of seeing that aha moment.
Here's a good question. So our students participate in Franklin Covey training, but I found that they only get out of it what they put in. How do you inspire them to want to engage with these concepts of self-care? I have a good growth mindset, but sometimes struggle to inspire it in others.
Oh, yeah, I know. I call it that flip top lid, right? Don't you wish you could just flip top lid and put it all in it and they get it? A lot of this comes with just the age and experience. It's kind of like empathy as well. So Steve Covey is fantastic. There might be ways of maybe introducing smaller chunks of it to your students at a time. As an example, in this program here, I used beginning with the end in mind. I referred to first things first. So if you can take those 7 habits of Steve Covey and pepper it throughout your programs more often, it'll help remind them, oh yeah, it takes those intangible and makes them tangible. Does that help? Steve Covey's fantastic. And the 7 habits I refer to all the time. It's like my most used Bible-ish book. When I'm traveling, it goes with me. The Speed of Trust is one of my most used books. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And the other one too that's coming to the forefront right now is 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. Those are the books I'm referring to most often right now. But taking those concepts and bringing them into our conversation more frequently.
Yeah, I do Franklin Covey with my students too, and I do Zoom meetings once a week with them, and we do about 10 minutes of Franklin Covey. So I'll just
tell me more what does that mean? What do you do?
So with my school, they actually have subscribed to the whole Franklin Covey everything, you know, so the videos, the articles and all of that. And so I'll show them like a short 5-minute video, like on, you know, the button. And so then we'll talk about the button video and how does that relate to veterinary medicine.
Yeah. I would even recommend it if you've got social sites to say, oh yeah, that would be a perfect example of using a 7 habit, but really start showing them that they're probably doing more of it than they think they are. Celebrating when they do it. It's like always that piece about catching them doing something right. We might not be positively enforcing that enough. Very good. Anything else, or shall we wind it down? And thank you again for inviting me, guys. I have had a lovely, lovely day. I appreciate it, and I'm honored to be here.
Well, we really appreciate it. I think this was such a great way to kind of wind it up for the day, to then, you know, have us thinking for the rest of the afternoon and evening on, you know, what can we do for ourselves. So no, this was great. Thank you so much.
So I'll unshare. Oh, wait a minute. I got my, you know, all of my contact. Thank you. All my contact information. We'll share it later.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes. There we go.
Yes, thank you very much, Rebecca, for sharing. I was really looking forward to this after your preview fireside the other week.
Thank you, Rebecca.
All right, so it looks like we're at the end of our day. Jen, Paula, do you want to close us out?
Well, I just want to thank all of the speakers today, and it was just incredible. It was such a great day, and I, you know, again, I always feel so invigorated when I come off of these meetings. So I just appreciate everyone. You guys, all the attendees were amazing with all of their comments and questions. So, you know, it was just a wonderful day, and I appreciate everybody.
Yeah, and Deneen made a comment about this being a journey, and going through this journey together. And I think that's exactly what it was. From 10 a.m. Eastern to, I also have to add the Eastern part because I know you're not Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern to 4:30. It's a journey throughout the day. So I want to thank our speakers and all of our attendees for joining us, definitely.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Jen, for putting together such a great day. And thanks to all the board members and the committee, the conference committee, for doing this. Another very successful day, and we look forward to the future in October.
Yes. We'll be here before we know it.
Yep.
All right.
And then do we want to thank the sponsors really quick too?
Yeah, I was just about to share my screen for that one.
Can you do that? You got it. I'll butt out.
No, you're good. You are good. All right. So one last time for today, I'd like to thank our sponsors for making this possible, along with our board and the committee. I'd like to thank Hippo Manager, AAVSB, NAVTA, Vet Tech Prep, Syndaver, and VCA for helping make this day possible. We really appreciate it. And, oops, sorry, wrong button. And I think that's a wrap.
Woohoo. See you guys in October.
Yes, October 17th.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye.